And I was muted. Hello, my fine feathered friends, and welcome. And Zandy, thank you for being first today. Hello, hello. All right, well, I am up to 10 FPS now. That's why we're running late here, is I have been trying to get this thing to work, and it is being a pain in the butt. It was being just fine earlier, turned all my graphics down now, tried all kinds of stuff. I swear this map, apparently they called it Ragnarok in ASE, and they have continued that tradition. It's an amazing map, but it is laggy as laggy can be. So yeah, so my plan B here, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to do my best to show you around the build that I have over here, which is 99% finished. There's just pretty much just one room that I want to finish decorating. And other than that, it's done. I was going to do that on stream, but if I can't move, if I've only got 10 FPS, then that's not really going to work so well. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go into spectator mode and just show you around the build, give you a tour. And then I'm going to switch. I'm in single player here, so I'm going to switch to probably Astraeus, which just tends to run a lot better for me. I'm going to switch to Astraeus and then work on the build I was planning on doing on stream over there instead of on Ragnarok. So yeah, let's do that. So to get into spectator mode, I'm going to do, since I'm in single player, I don't have to type cheat, just enable spectator. Come on, even the typing is laggy. And then destroy player character? No, so that would be 0. Enable spectator 0. Okay, now what that does is that detaches the camera from my character. So now the camera is free and can fly anywhere on the map, and my character stays there. Okay, now it's really jerky though usually, but I have discovered that if I go into photo mode while in spectator, then I can still fly all over the map, but it's a lot smoother. It's still going to be laggy, but not as laggy as if I had my character with me, I think. Usually spectator mode tends to run a bit better, so we shall see. Sometimes it can also mean that areas don't render in since there is no character in the area, so I guess we shall see. Hey, secondary Pepito! Can you hear me now? You may need to just refresh your browser if you're not hearing sound. There should be audio. The game audio, I don't know about. The game is being weird and there's not a whole lot to hear anyway. It looks like I've got a little bit of game audio, but it may just be really quiet. So let's check on that. But you should be able to hear me and you should be able to hear the music. Yeah, I've got... turn up the game audio just a smidge. But yeah, this map, this game... Some days it runs, some days it doesn't run. All right, now we can control our speed a little bit, slow down. Anyway, here is the Hobbit home I have been working on to show off Sandy's new skin. Sandy, the creator of quite a few awesome first he made structure mods and then he switched to custom cosmetics, and so he's been making a lot of amazing custom cosmetic mods. And his newest one that he just added to his Cozy Cabins premium set is called Halfling House, I believe, something like that. Anyway, but yes, it's for making hobbit houses, and it includes things like the round doors and windows and these grassy turf-topped roofs. I have enhanced them by adding shaggy grasses and plants on top of them from some various plant deco mods. And I I was trying out different deco mods, and so there's quite a mix of things here from different ones. This archway here is actually from Sandy's free Flora Decor cosmetic pack. It's got a few different options. I've got some of the other flowers over here are from that. These ones on the ground are from his new Flora Moderna set. Also, the light colored ones on the house itself. The pink ones are, I believe, from that free set that he did, as are these short ones on the ground. This is actually a feeding trough with a skin on it that is from the Easter event. What's it called? I can't remember one right now what the Ark Easter event is called, but anyway. And then also some of the various random plants around, the different ferns and trees and random bushes and grass. Those are mostly from vegetation planters, which I'm planning on doing a tutorial on that at some point. So yes, this is from Cozy Cabins. The grass roof is from Cozy Cabins. And he has added some new stuff to that premium pack, and he commissioned me to make a build to showcase it. It is already in there and publicly available. It is an already released mod pack, but he commissioned me to make a build just to show it off so he can have some great pictures to add to the Gristforge page. So that is what this was made for, and let me show you the inside. One of the nice things about spectator mode as opposed to just regular photo mode is you can go through walls and stuff. So I decided to keep the entryway pretty simple, but yeah, those who've watched The Lord of the Rings may recognize the entry of Bag End here with the nice low chandelier that Gandalf hit his head on, and the fireplace where Gandalf threw the envelope with the ring in it when Frodo and him were talking about the ring in the entryway. So yes, this is that entryway. Because of course I couldn't just make any old Hobbit hole. I had to try to make Bag End. So yeah. Those who are familiar with Castlecraft will also catch glimpses of a few Castlecraft things here and there, like this stone in the entryway here. This is from Castlecraft. This rug is from Sandy's Flora Moderna set. And the rest of the rugs that you'll see around are Castlecraft. This chandelier is Castlecraft. But the arched ceilings here, like this, these are all from the Hobbit Home mod. And it's mixed in with a lot of other stuff from Cozy Cabins. This fireplace is from the new Viking skin set. Yeah, Sandy's got lots of great ones. And then here we've got Bilbo's study, which of course became Frodo's study. But I even put a picture of the house over the desk. And here's the window where Sam was eavesdropping while Gandalf and Gandalf and Frodo were talking about him taking the ring to Rivendell. And the rest of it, I just kind of tried to think how Bilbo and Frodo would like a study to be. Of course, it's got to have a cozy fireplace with a cozy chair. This rug is from Cozy Cabins. And maps and bookshelves. The big bookshelves, of course, are also Castlecraft decor. And the Castlecraft decor skin set is a free one, just FYI. That's not from the Castlecraft structures skin set, which is a premium mod. Both are awesome. I have both, but just FYI, the bookshelves are in the free one. And this, of course, is a free bookshelf that I just painted. It's just one of the base game ones. but I figured we needed a scroll rack as well. This is the room that's not quite finished yet, but this was the one I was doing as Frodo's and Bilbo's bedroom. But it needs more clutter. I put the flag there because it needed something at the head of the bed, but I'm not entirely happy with that. I think I'm going to do something else up there. Probably. The bed is from the MSVV Viking skin set, premium skin set that just came out. And then we also have like a little vanity table with needs more clutter. This is a little Viking style horse sculpture that was in one of Sandy's structure mods. I don't know if I'm going to keep it there or not. It's a little odd looking. It's based on actual horse carvings that have been found in Viking grave sites, I believe, or something. But it's, I don't know if it fits the Hobbit vibe or not, but I just decided to give that a try. I believe this chair is also from the Viking mod. The table, though, is Castlecraft. Pretty sure. And the chair is Bob's Tall Tales. This flooring, I really like this flooring too. This is one of the other sets that's in Cozy Cabins. I love that he's got in Sandy in his different sets that he does. He's got a lot of different types of textures that really mix and match together well. So this floor is in the Etched Elegance skin, and this one is Sleek Timber, I believe. And this here, this is the, what's it called again? There's a stone skin, rock-hewn retreat, I believe is what it's called in Cozy Cabins. There's a stone variant as well. And that's also what is behind the fireplace here. The rest of this little niche. But I love the skin for the pillars to make them into these big, massive wooden beams as well. And the round beams are a variant of the same skin. So that one, I think it's the same in pretty much all the Cozy Cabins ones, or most of them anyway. But I believe I used this pillar skin that is in the Sleek Timber set. And these walls are really cool too. You'll see how they curve just a little bit inward to kind of match the curve of the ceiling like that. And these were a little bit funny to figure out how to use at first, because these curved ceilings, this is actually a variant of the sloped wall, not a roof variant. It's a sloped wall variant. So I had to put those down and then cycle through the variants to find the one that makes it, that kind of fills in the space so that it, here, let me go up a little bit in the gap here where normally you couldn't see. You can see it kind of fills in the space there. And then in the middle here, I just dropped down a ceiling, a half wall to match it. And then over here, I decided to do two other rooms, the two other most important rooms in any Hobbit's house. And here we have a framed picture from Wall and Floor Decor. It was so soaked that she included that. This is one of my screenshots that I sent in, and Glitch decided to include in her deco mod. That is a structure mod, not a skin mod. But anyway, a lot of great stuff in that mod. So here, of course, is the dining room. And I decided to kind of decorate the dining room as if it was still recovering from the influx of the dwarves from The Hobbit. So the table is covered with a very random assortment of dishes and cups and food, because of course the dwarves did not, Bilbo didn't exactly set the table for them and invite them over as guests. They more or less helped themselves. And so, yes, it's a very random assortment. And the table and chairs here, the table and benches are also from Sandy's pretty old now structure mod that he did, which it's something to do with Vikings. I don't remember what the name of it is right now. But yeah, it's a really, really cool table and benches. I really like those. I hope he adds those eventually to one of his skin mods. Oh, and there's another wall and floor decor portrait, and also the egg. That's also wall and floor decor. She's got placeable versions of a whole lot of different eggs in Ark. The food that you will see and bottles and stuff, that is from the Viking mod. Some of these empty plates and cups are from Castlecraft Decor. So yeah, a little mix of all kinds of stuff. And this flooring is the same stone flooring from Castlecraft, the same that I have in the entry, but I painted it to kind of blend in a little bit better with all of the wood here. And then here we have the most important room in any self-respecting Hobbit hole. You might consider it the heart of the home, the pantry or the cellar. So I spent a lot of time working on this. And yeah, those who've used Visual Storage will recognize a lot of stuff from Visual Storage. There's also a little bit of stuff from that Viking premium skin set. There's also, I added the mushrooms and stuff just for a bit of whimsy. Those are all from Vegetation Planters. I decided that, you know, hobbits love mushrooms, right? So he's got barrels of mushrooms, and some of the mushrooms have escaped and are growing on their own in the cellar here. And some of the chests and stuff are from Wall and Floor Decor. And some of the bottles here are Bob's Tall Tales, and the rest are Castlecraft. I do love Visual Storage and how it gives you functional decor. But this was my first time really digging through all the different food options that are in the Viking mod, and there's a lot of really cool stuff, so enjoyed that a lot. And this whole pile of boxes and barrels and sacks and stuff, not counting the glowy mushrooms and whatnot, but all of this is from the Viking set on one medium decor box. Hey, Critical Elf, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you here. So yeah, there is not a whole lot going on. It's mostly just making some pretty little scenes and stuff to take screenshots of, just showcasing cool Hobbit style homes you can build. I did 2 different tiers of those arched, the arched ceilings that you can make from the halfling house skin on a sloped wall. Anyway, I did 2 tiers of that in here, since I had the steps down, making it feel like more of a cellar. I didn't want to cut the doorway in half, you know, by putting the arch only up to there. Anyway, whatever. It was a way of figuring out a way around that problem, but I like how it turned out with the kind of double arched ceiling. Just kind of makes it feel like a big cozy cellar. The cellar that the dwarves raided in The Hobbit when they helped themselves to their little feast. The shelf with the berries. Oh yeah, you have, if you turn on snapping, then it helps a lot. The berry and vegetable crates will snap to these sloped shelves in Visual Storage if you turn snapping on. If you don't have snapping on, then it's really annoying to try to get them on there. Visual Storage is another one that I've been meaning to kind of make a tutorial for, because it took me a while to get the hang of it. It felt a little overwhelming at first, but now I absolutely love it. And getting it set up as somebody that is both ADHD but also kind of OCD, maybe a little autistic or something. But anyway, I love organization, but I have a really hard time maintaining it in real life too. Yes, I love to come up with organizational systems, but then I can't maintain them. So I love being able to spend a little bit of time getting all of this very satisfying looking storage set up. And then after that, when I'm actually playing the game, it is so quick and easy to maintain because you just have to set up a Dropbox, you know, configure that once, and then boom, I can just click the Dropbox. It takes all the resources out of my inventory, click it again, and it puts them all away. And I don't have to run around to all of the different containers. And I can just pull to craft from anywhere. I don't have to go looking for things. It is so, so nice. Yes. All right, so that is what we got there. And just, would you like to see would you like to see the behind the scenes? I mean, I showed you the pretty front. Would you like to see what is at the back of this build? Since of course it is not a complete build. It is meant to be a pretty facade. It doesn't need to be finished on the backside. But yes, look at this. Because since of course I couldn't actually build it underground, I found this nice little canyon-y area here, built it in here, and I used a bunch of rocks from deco gun and vegetation planters and trees and stuff to build the rest of the hillside over top of it and add some trees and bushes and stuff. But I tell you what, I thought that he'd fix this issue. I'm going to have to reach out to Zarthan again, although now that he's working for Wildcard, I don't know if he's going to have time to troubleshoot this, but I'll at least tell him what's going on. It seems like the deco gun is, you can't use too many structures from it in one place or it really starts to cause serious lag. So I had to get rid of some of the rocks that I had originally placed from deco gun and some of the plants and switch to using vegetation planters instead. Vegetation planters doesn't have quite as many options, but it is better optimized, and so it doesn't cause as much lag. So yeah, it's kind of a mess here. Oh geez, I can't move very well here. Can I get, thank you. Get away from those. Whew. See, like it gets worse when I'm looking at those rocks. Ooh. But it looks pretty from the front. That's the important part. We'll take one more look from the front and then I'm gonna get out of creative mode, get out of spectator mode. And what I'm planning on doing is I want to, with what I've learned doing this build, I want to do another Hobbit hole build, but a much simpler one. Because like this, the hillside roof that I built over this, that took me probably 6 hours plus, maybe 8 hours. All of those different roof angles and everything, and then filling it all in with boulders and trees, and it was a massive pain in the butt. And so yeah, I'm not going to make a tutorial for that. Heck no. But there are some parts of this that I think I could use to make a tutorial. Some parts of it that I think could be used on a much more practical type of base. And so I want to try to do that. And maybe also give little mini tutorials about some of the decorating mods that I'm using as well. And of course, also kind of showing the skins that I'm using from Cozy Cabins. So let's, I have a bed down? Oh, well, I was just thinking, because when I get out of spectator mode, it tries to respawn you in a bed. It acts like you died. But that's only if it destroys your body, and I didn't have it destroy my body, so it should be fine. Okay, so stop spectating. Enter. You want to think about it for a minute? Or did I not type it right? Oh, I've got to get out of photo mode first, duh. There we go. There we go. We will let it try to respawn me there, and it's actually gonna pop me. Oh, nope, it did move me over here. Okay. Now, what exactly is going on with this? Did it respawn me over here and destroy my body, or is my bag over there? I have no idea what's going on here. Guess we will all find out together. Thankfully, I'm in creative mode, so it doesn't really matter if I did lose everything that's on my body. It was just a bunch of different decor and skins and structures and stuff that I can easily replace. I believe that the tag there is on my shoulder pet. Yep, that is my shoulder pet. And I do not see my stuff here. Oh well. No biggie. Oh, and check out the shoulder pet though. This was a special little present from Red Dwarf. A little Easter egg that he made for me in one of his other mods. So check this out. I can turn into a bird. Yay. And then I can reappear. And it goes on my shoulder. All right, well, I'm going to just leave my character here and pop out and switch over to Astraeus and see if we get better performance over there. Because, geez. This is craziness. All right, Astraeus, let's go through my mods real quick. If you're curious about what mods I'm running, it's a lot right now in my single player. A lot of them are things that I was wanting to test because I don't use any of my single player games for actually playing the game. I use them all for filming and testing mods and doing builds and stuff like that. So some of these I haven't had a chance to test yet. So just because it's in here doesn't necessarily mean I'm recommending it, just FYI. But there is the list. Tabletop crafting, that was the name of Sandy's mod that has the Viking table and bench and also the little horse sculpture. There's a bunch of other little like tabletop figurine or decoration looking items that are actually crafting stations. So like there's a vase that's actually like your preserving bin or something like that. That little horse is like the forge or something. I don't remember which one is which, but there's a bunch of little things like that that are actually crafting stations. But he hasn't touched that mod in a while. I think he was planning on doing some fixes to it. It still works, but there was a couple of things that had like some texture issues or minor problems. So that's the things that I currently have. You know what? I'm gonna turn off Summer Bash just because I'm tired of getting stuck on the screen every time I get on a server. Okay. There we go. Let's pop over to Astraeus. I was working on a build over here the other day, but I'm gonna find a new spot and see if we can find a spot to build a little hobbit house. A little, much less complicated hobbit house is the plan. One more along the lines of a starter base. But, you know, if you're using a mod that gives you tiny, compact crafting stations, then you could use a small base like that even into late game, if you wanted to. It's all in how you want to play. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what I was doing over here. So yeah, I did a little project, which I might turn into a video. I recorded it for a video, but then I don't know if I'll get around to editing it or not. We'll see. But I started with a regular 3x3 starter Bob box cube and then gave myself 1 hour to overhaul it and make it more interesting. And this is what I ended up with. So yeah, and then I went around and put skins on everything and decorated it. And that didn't count in that 1 hour. But this roof, I like how this turned out. This is the castle roof, but I painted it blue. But anyway, and then this is skins from Sandy's new Flora Moderna set. So I was enjoying also exploring that and seeing some of the cool stuff that is in that set. All right, that's enough though. Let's go find somewhere to build a hobbit hole. Ooh, this is actually a nice spot there, but I kind of want somewhere that's out of render of the other build, just kind of for performance's sake. So let's find another spot. And of course, for building something that's supposed to look like it's underground, finding a depression in the ground with cliffs around it or something like that would definitely make it easier. Or something like this, maybe. How tall is this? That doesn't look like it's too tall. Famous last words, I know, but it's always hard to gauge the sizes of things in ARC because, you know, when you're looking at things most of the time in third person, you don't see how big they are compared to your character. Let me just compare it to a regular dino gate. Just to kind of see. Okay, so that's the size of it compared to a regular dino gate. I don't want to have to fill in something that massive. I could do like over there. Well, I'll keep that in mind, but I think I'm going to look a little bit more because I want to keep it super simple. I could do it just somewhere like here. Maybe. Isn't the tile so... Oh yeah, I love all of the different skins in Flora Moderna, and they mix and match together so nicely. Sandy really does a good job with that. They're very different textures and stuff, but they just work together so well. And something that I learned about finding sites for a build as a content creator that I never ever used to think about before is I have to pick a spot that will photograph well as well for screenshots. And so that means I need to keep track of the compass directions, because like I did a build once before, spent days and like 10 streams on a castle build that was facing due north, and what that meant was it was almost impossible to get good screenshots of it because no matter what time of day it was, the light was behind it. Very frustrating. So now I try to keep that in mind and try to find places that are facing either east or west so that morning or evening, one or the other, it'll have good lighting. Waterfall is so pretty. Somewhere like this would be good for a hobbit hole potentially. But of course, with it being so close to a waterfall, I just want to build it by the waterfall. Although it's close enough to at least enjoy the waterfall. And what are our compass directions here? Okay, so basically this spot is facing east. Let's get a look at the lighting different times of the day here. So yeah, this would get good morning light. Potentially. You know what? Let's just do it. Oh, I kind of wanted a hill, not a cliff. I'll keep looking just a little bit more, just a little bit more. So I kind of wanted something that looks more like a hill that I can build into. A little niche going into a hill. Something maybe more like this would be good. With this, let's make it a little earlier so it's kind of more obvious which way is facing east. I think this could be nice here. Yeah. And I like all the flowers in front too. Okay. Starting the darn thing is the hardest. Sometimes, yeah, because, you know, I gotta find just the right spot. Oh, although right down here on the beach, this is nice. Yeah, for people who like building on flat ground, it is flatter down there. I don't usually like building on flat ground so much, but I'm kind of trying to find a happy medium between the two. This would be a good spot, but it is kind of like right in the shadow of that. Which would make it very difficult to get like nice golden hour type morning or evening lighting. Here though, maybe. Well, this would be west then. So this side could also potentially work. Got some nice cliffs. That could work, maybe. You know, I think this here looks about perfect, I think. It's a little bit steep, but I think it'll work. So yes, let's just go with this. So where are we? We are here. We are at 2230 on Astraeos. The site faces west. And the compies are deciding to come and be pains in the butt, so we will freeze them in their tracks. You really don't want to do this, guys. You know what? I don't have time for your crap. Let's just do enemy invisible 1. Now they should forget that I'm here. What were we doing over there? I don't remember. Maybe we just decided to go for a swim. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so let's get these out of my hotbar for now. So much junk in my inventory that I don't need. I'm gonna have to clean it out at some point here. Let's get some foundations though. And I try to do as much of these builds as possible with vanilla structures so that if I forget a mod when I'm loading the save again, I don't lose a build. The only map pretty much where I'm building with structure mods is the island currently, because that just makes it easy for me to remember that, oh, if I'm going on the island, I need to go through and make double, triple sure that I've got all my structure mods. Okay, and then... and I just build out of stone to keep it easy and make it a little harder for vermin to break my base. And if I could spell, that would help. Okay. Is there any way to stop creature spawns on single player? I believe so. Hey, Oscar, welcome. I think it should be in your... there should be a way in your advanced settings or on PC. You can go in and edit your INI manually. It's kind of a pain in the butt, but you can do it. I can't remember. I was just working on a video on the advanced settings. You'd think I could remember, but no, I don't. Yeah, next time I'm out at the main menu, remind me to look for that. Okay. Now what all we got? Oh, we need our quarter pieces as well. Grab those guys. And pillar. Get all the basics on hand. You know what? Let me go throw some of this trash away. Otherwise, it's going to bug me every time I look in my inventory. Are you going to drop stuff? No, you're not, huh? You're just gonna be a pain in the butt. Dang game. And I've started using, I have super cryo storage on here, and SCS has this thing where if you're in admin mode, in creative mode, you can pick up creatures that are wild. You don't get taming levels or anything from them, but it just picks them up and puts them in a cryopod, and they're kind of insta-tamed. So I've been doing that when I have wild creatures that are bothering me instead of using the red gun, just because that way I don't have to deal with corpses of dead dinos all over the place. So yeah, that's why I have various random creatures in my inventory. In case you were wondering. And you know you were. Okay. Do you want that guy and then that one? Okay. Where was I? Oh, I was over here. Went too far. Okay. Now we're going to do our little command to clear out the area here. Destroy foliage. Let's do like 2000. Space 0, space 0. Now, are you, the tree's gonna go away, or are you gonna give me ghost trees? Come on now. It's gonna give me ghost trees. Lovely. Nope. Okay, there. They finally decided to go away. Okay, good. All right, now I'm kind of thinking that since it's on a slope especially, it'll make sense to do this in more than one level, which will be nice anyway, because then, you know, you can have a little upstairs window as well. So we just got to figure out where we want it to face. So where the front's going to be. Always the first foundation is the most important one. I think that looks good. Okay. Okay, so we're going how wide here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That seems like a pretty good size. Okay, and then we'll do another row that is at the same level here. And then go a step down, 2 steps down, even better. And do some out here. Okay, so that's kind of our base for it. We might do another like half step up or something behind here. I'm going to put them in. I might end up removing them later, but we'll put them there for now. Okay. And then for the front yard, and you might be wondering why I'm doing an even number here, you know, even though this is a design that is kind of based, the actual doorway and everything that I'm doing will be an odd number. And the reason why is because I don't want it to be symmetrical, actually. And so the upper story is going to be offset a little bit from the lower story, and making it balanced asymmetry instead of symmetrical makes it look more whimsical, in my opinion. Make something look whimsical, you kind of have to embrace that imperfection, because that's what gives it that look. That's what gives it that little bit of nature about it. Okay. So this is where the front door is going to be. I might end up doing a little bit of the part right in front of the door a little higher. We'll see. But now I don't want it to be totally flat here either. So I am going to add some triangles. So this is directly opposite where I think the door is going to be. This is kind of the same sort of idea that I did on bag end. Something kind of like that. And like half of this is going to be front yard. But, you know, you got to have plenty of space for a garden, for any self-respecting hobbit hole. All right, and then for our actual front door, the round door goes to the short door frame. So we'll put it on that one. And then we'll put a window here and a window here. I think we might do 2 on each side here. Something like that. Make it not perfectly symmetrical. Hey, Jiminax Goods, welcome, welcome. And Ella Web Design, welcome, hello, and glad to see you. Okay, we'll do more solid doors here. Actually, with things that I learned from the last time, I'm gonna make some spots that are gonna have horizontal beams, because that's how I can get those nice little vines on the wall. With one of the skins, the vines go on a horizontal beam, and so I would like one above the door at about that height. Okay. Actually, let's do this. And this probably won't look exactly the same as what I did before, but same sort of idea. Yeah, let's go. Let's stagger it this way. I think actually, yes, that's what I did. Yeah, or like that, I believe. Because the angle that we want is flat in the middle, and then 2 shallow slopes, and then 2 steeper slopes like that. I think I went maybe a little wider though. Yeah. So we don't want it full on barn looking. So let's actually go down a little bit more with another shallow. I think that's kind of what I did, and then I went a little steeper in front of it or something. We'll have to play it by ear. Okay. I'm so stoked that they added a ramp corner piece. Now they just need a ramp triangle piece, because they don't have that one yet. I'm trying to remember how I did this. Oh, there's a Rex over there being a pain in the butt. He's probably going to make a nuisance of himself. So let's preemptively deal with them. And you guys are just asking to be put in pods too. Okay. I think what I did, I think I want to go with the steeper one here now. And I did a little bit of layering of different angles before. So I might try some of that as well, but I'm going to try to keep it pretty simple. Try being the operative word here. There's a reason why I don't do very many tutorials. Because most of my builds are just way too complicated for that. Okay. I think that's a good distance. Okay, then what we're going to do here is we're actually going to put a triangle roof, which will angle it in a little bit. Like so. And see, this is why it can be a little bit of a problem that there is no ramp variant that fits there. There is no triangle ramp. So we have to get creative until they add that for us. Try something here. Yeah, that's the thing, Charlie, is I'm trying to avoid using the move tool for this because I'm trying to keep this particular Hobbit house. The other one, I did use the move tool here and there. But this one, I'm trying to keep it simple enough that I could make it into a tutorial. And I don't want it to be a tutorial that requires people to have the move tool mod and use it, because of course that is a server-side mod, and so people playing on a server that is not their own may not have access to that. Could go like that, but I think that, oh, actually, you know what I should do? I should do, at least try doing, one of these numbers. And then can we tuck that up in there with another ramp piece? Maybe a ramp triangle? Yeah, that works pretty good. Tuck that up in there. This one, though, I think I want that to come down one more. Like that. And then come on. Like that. A little bit of imperfection is good because it makes it look more natural. Because that's always, of course, how you can tell if something is man-made or from nature, is because man-made stuff usually is perfect and nature-made stuff is almost never perfect. So if you have just a little bit of that imperfection, but in a way that makes sense and looks balanced, then a lot of times it turns out nice. Let's see. Man, I wish I had a ramp triangle. It would be so perfect there. I don't want that sticking through. That's gonna have to be solid wall. I can't put another window there. Ooh, heck raptor. That's causing a racket. You are a pretty one though. 102. Let's see how that looks with the skin on it before I make any major changes to it. And for this doorway here, I don't want the stairs going straight up to the door. A lot of times that can make it difficult to actually use the door. It's a little annoying that you can kind of get hung up on the edges of the door. Let's do this. Let's do a nice flat one there, and then we will do like so. Oh, wrong button. Give him a nice little porch here up to the front door from the front garden. You know, I really kind of liked how it looked in the other one that I did. Having some angles right on the fence right here. I'll mess with that later. Okay, let's make one spot here for the Hobbit home cosmetic. And we'll add these guys. make everything look all nice and sturdy. And well supported, as any self-respecting Hobbit house should be. Okay, and then we need some half pillars for the snap points that those will give us. Okay, and then I think my fence is gonna go. Actually, no, let's do. I do want to change this up a bit. Actually, will this let me snap this through? Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. Okay, it will. All right, yeah, I like that. Oh, I'd have a... Okay. I think that will look good. And now we can have our fence going like so. Actually, no, I don't want it there. I'm going to have some edging there, but not a full-on fence. I'll do the fence like a here. Doing your house chores, huh, Charlie? Yeah, I'm procrastinating doing my house chores, playing video games instead. When I should be doing house chores, probably. Okay. Oops. Alright. And then the pillars. Just gonna put those like here. I love that they added short pillars to the base game. And then let's put these down into the ground so they aren't just hanging out there. And then some of these spots I was going to remove like that. Yes. I want the tall one there. Okay, that will work, I think. filling the grass here, shall we? I'm going to leave the path, the vanilla stone for now, but eventually I'm going to fill that in with a different stone skin. I just don't want to have a whole bunch of different skins in my hotbar right now. But I like having a little bit of variety in the path so that it isn't just straight. You know, gotta break up that straight and narrow just a little bit, make it more interesting. Okay. No, I'm not gonna do that there. I do want these to stick out a little bit. I might actually extend those all the way up. Gotta make everything look like it is all nice and sturdy. And this here, we'll continue that kind of curving around towards the front. And this here, that's a corner, I believe. But we can kind of merge them a bit like that, possibly, or I could just grab a straight one. Actually, yeah, I think let's do that. No, I want to angle it in. You're not going to let me do that, are you? Because you're going to be a pain in the butt. A search bar for the cosmetics. Actually, you know what? There is something that I could do for that. In fact, I've been meaning to do a little bit of this for a while anyway. I do have this automatic base skinner, and I know some people are scared of this thing because, well, I'll show you why people are scared of this thing. Because by default it's on this automatic mode, right? And then if I just accidentally like just click on something, do I even have any skins chosen though? No, I don't. Okay, let's pick some skins. Yeah, it keeps doing this. I'm not entirely sure why. It's probably some of my skins that are being a pain in the butt. But anyway, let's put a sleek timber up at the top there. We'll also bring rock hewn retreat up a bit. And might want the dungeon skins for the pathway, but we'll leave it like that for now. And then if I just click, what's going to happen? Well, as it looks like nothing's going to happen. Are you not working? You were working yesterday just fine. Anyway, if I click, if you right click, you'll go through these different modes. And see, automatic, add single. If you only use the mod for one thing, if you're scared of it skinning things you didn't mean to skin or whatever, then just use it on the add single, and then it'll only skin the one structure that you click on. But it's still easier to use than the cosmetics menu because you don't have to open an inventory and go through a whole bunch of different, you know, folders and everything. You just have to hit control and it just brings up that little menu. And it will default to whatever is the first in the order that you've put them in, of the activated ones. And then if whatever one is first in that load order there doesn't have a skin for the structure that you've clicked on, like, for example, if it was one that only had skins for foundations and ceilings or whatever, and then you clicked on a pillar, then it would go to the next one on the list and look for one that has a skin for a pillar. So it is really handy for that. You can use it to skin a lot of things at once too, but that is where it can feel a little bit out of control sometimes because, you know, it'll skin a whole bunch of stuff all at once. But even just one at a time, it saves a lot of time. Oops. Oops. Okay. That's what I was trying to do. For now. I think it might be better without that. And then here, let's try the ramp corner, this spot. Maybe possibly something like that. I don't think I need that one. Okay, I think that's pretty good for now. So let's copy that over on the other side. Yeah, the base, it can seem kind of scary. Anybody who's ever clicked and then accidentally like skin an entire base with the skin they weren't intending to use. Yeah, it can feel a little bit scary. But once you get the hang of it, it can save a lot of time. You're not going to let me go there, huh? You're going to be a pain in the butt? Fine, then be that way. And what did I do on the other side here? Okay, I've got ramps, then I've got a ramp corner and a roof. this level here. So this is the one that I added the triangles to here. Like that, right? Or no, just one. Like that. And then a roof corner. This is not quite right. What did I do differently? Oh, it's a ramp. It's a ramp corner. It's not a regular roof corner. That would explain it. Okay, yeah, like that. So this is 2 triangles and then square. And then what is this here? That's triangles. Okay. I think I just left that gap, or did I? Yeah, I just left it for now because I'll cover it up with something else. I don't want a triangle roof poking through the wall though. What are you doing, game? Why are you giving me this FPS spike nonsense? All right, just to see if it helps with the FPS, I'm going to disable my preview over on OBS. So I'm not going to be able to see if anything's going on the screen. So if I freeze up or something, let me know in the chat, okay? Okay. And then I did another ramp, I believe is what happened here. Yeah, ramp and ramp corner. And then another roof. Now the ramp corner was here. Or was it? No, I did it. Okay. Like that. And this, I don't believe is supposed to be a corner. That's why that wasn't matching up quite right. Yes, okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. that. Wish we had a steep roof. I hope they add that to the base game eventually. That would be really nice. Okay, we'll leave it like that for now. And yes, I know I talked all about asymmetry and then I made it symmetrical, but I'm trying to make it simple. I'll use the decorating to make it asymmetrical, or I'll come in and tinker with it and break up the symmetry later. Let's go right past the one I want. There we go. Okay. We missed one here. Oops. No. Yes, this is what the short pillars look like in the Hobbit home set. I'm not quite sure what that is for. It is a cool looking piece of trim, but it's not quite what I wanted here. And so that's why I'm using the Timber Haven set there instead. Now, some of these are looking to me like they need more vertical support. So let's add that in. Like that. I think that's good. And then up here, oh, I already have it in my hotbar. I'm going to use these guys. Hello. There we go. Thank you. For the appearance of some more support. And these have a variant that I like for the slope walls for this sort of situation. Like that one. So 1, 2, 3. 3 clicks. There. All right, and let's also toggle some of these to being the round beam variant. Let's make these guys be round. Oops. Oh, thank you, Zant. Yeah, come hang out with us on Discord. ask or answer questions or show us pictures of your builds or your favorite dinos, whatever. It's just a great place to hang out and meet some fellow adult gamers. Make friends. Woo! Frames keep dying for no particular reason. Yes, please. Thank you, Zant. It does help out the channel a whole lot. So it is a great way of saying thank you if you are appreciating the content. And I don't talk about this a whole lot usually, but if you've thought about becoming a channel member or a Patreon, it really makes a huge difference as well. And of course, the biggest way you can help the channel always is just watching, just watching my content, just watching the videos and streams, binging them, even showing YouTube that they are something worth sharing with other people. But becoming a channel member or Patreon, even for just like $3 a month or something, it does help kind of give me a signal that I'm going in the right direction, and it gives me hope that maybe I can continue to do this as a side hustle, and won't have to go out, and maybe someday at least won't have to go out and get a real job. Because that's the thing, is I have some chronic illness, and that makes it so that I've got a limited amount of energy, especially compared to most people, and chronic pain and stuff like that. And so if I have to go and work a part-time real job to help make ends meet around here, then I'm not going to have very much time or energy left for making videos and streams, because a lot of times things take me twice as much time and energy as they do for typically healthy people to do. All right, I like how that's looking. We'll add the rest of the skins to the front later, but I just wanted to get the shape of that figured out. So now let's start on the inside. And now for the inside here, this one I'm not going to necessarily strictly base off of bag end. It's going to have a kind of a smaller entry, I think. And it is going to have a second floor. So let's just frame in some little rooms back here. Actually, no, I like the Hobbit home variant for these door frames, for a lot of the interior doors. And then back here, instead of putting a fireplace right there, I'm going to put stairs up to the next level. Like this. Okay, and then I want it to be 2 walls high in here to allow room for our sloping ceiling thingy-mabobs. A Hobbit condo, yes, indeed. Exactly. And then in here, there's something that I want to do in this spot, kind of, sort of. How am I going to do this? I want to have some slopes sloping inward. I don't necessarily want that to look totally flat there, but it might need to. We'll keep messing with it for now and see where we're at. Yeah, in the interest of keeping it simple, I'm gonna keep it simple. And I would like to have some space, kind of a subfloor situation between the levels here a little bit. So I might also do that. Hey, Critical Elf, welcome back. Well, I'm glad you are enjoying it. I'm enjoying building it too. Kind of want to continue the sloping on the outside here that I've got started. These rooms don't necessarily need to be very big, actually. So yeah, I think I'm actually going to bring this in a bit. And show you how I did the fireplace in this spot here. I did 3 very different fireplaces in Bag End, and so I would love to show kind of some of the stuff I learned from doing those. All right, but then now this spot here, I think what I'm going to do, let's try this. But in my opinion, the triangle roof and pieces and triangle foundations are one of the things that makes Ark building so much different from every other building game that I've tried, because they make so many things possible that are not otherwise possible. So let's try this. Let's put a triangle roof here, which will then enable us to put a roof down at this angle. Let's do maybe try something different here. And the reason why the triangles are so incredible actually is basically because of the jank that they make possible. Most other building games do not allow this sort of jankiness. How are we going to fill this little gap in? Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay, turning the corner around the side of something like this, trying to keep it looking like a hill all the way around. That's tricky sometimes. Hey, Zant. Oh, hey, Dave. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing pretty good. I hope you are having a good day at work. Oh, come on, get in there. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to switch to triangles. Yeah, you're going to be a pain in the butt, aren't you? You're obstructed schmuckted. We don't care about obstructed. Anyway, spots like that, that's where you put a boulder or a plant pot. It's okay to have mistakes. You just make them look like they're intentional, and then it's all good. Okay. You either hide it, or if you can't fix it, then showcase it and make it look intentional. Make it look like it's a decorative detail. Oh, I've got all things different, facing different directions here. See, these are supposed to be all facing the other way. Just so that the inside pieces look all the same. Okay. I purposely want this to be kind of a little bit janky because I'm trying to make it look natural. And like I keep saying, nothing in nature is ever perfect. I think we'll just fill that in like that though. This is supposed to look like kind of a happy marriage of a natural hillside that generations of hobbits have spent kind of carving away at it and making it look like a cozy, comfy home. That works, I think. Could even make this be a little bonus storage room or something. Don't like wasting space. The cozy cabins, yeah, it is a great little cosmetic pack. Indeed. how do we fill in this? I think actually a slope wall should work here. Good enough for government work. Good enough. Okay. I'm really glad also that they added on these quarter roof and ramp pieces. They definitely make a lot of things easier. God, dang it. Went past it again. That should be fine. This is a spot where it's going to be low enough that it's not really going to be useful anyway. So actually, let's even swap those out for quarter foundations. That way we can put a wall in right here. Okay, and then here, this needs to go up higher again. Ooh. FPS keeps dying on me. Actually, we need a spot for a stairway up. Probably also tuck a closet back in here behind this on this side. Do something similar. Okay, so I did quarters, triangle, okay, or triangle ceiling, quarter wall. Did I do it right in that spot? That height there. Yeah. Okay. isn't supposed to be that far over. So from that's 2 walls over. Okay, that's what I thought. 2, okay. That makes a bit more sense. And then from here, we need like so. And now I started out with a, did I start? Oh, nope, I did do it all in triangles. The bottom layer there is all triangles. All triangle roof pieces. Come on now, don't die on me now, GPU. Something like that, and then something like that. And then I did continue that pretty much the whole way over. And normally I would make it all kinds of asymmetrical in the interest of making it look natural, but I'm trying to keep it simple so that I can make a tutorial out of it. Hopefully, maybe, possibly. And mostly symmetrical is a lot simpler. Actually, I don't think I need to go all the way over there. That should be good. Can I do square ones there? I did. That one is square ones all the way across. Okay. That should have destroyed the tree. There we go. Okay. Now that tree will think about it for a minute and then go away. There we go. I think this mod would also be useful for landscaping around a build with the grass. Yes, definitely. And even outside of the Hobbit, the new Hobbit home skin that is included in there, there is also one that is just grass foundations. And it's really nice. And they're also, I'll show you some of them a little bit later, but there's some other plant and landscaping type skins in the same mod as well. And yeah, so it is really nice, even just for landscaping. I mean, even just for these nice wood beams. I love the wood beams so much. Now, why don't arc-based game wood pillars look like that? Why do they look like a bundle of sticks? That's what I want to know. I actually want these guys to be round as well, I think. And I like the more rustic second variant on the railings too. And since Cozy Cabins is intended to be like a more modern looking cabin aesthetic, like I like that about a lot of Sandy's mods. Like they're modern, but they're not like hyper modern. It's like modern rustic looking. But anyway, because of that, it's got this kind of shiny texture on the sides of the foundations, which normally would be cool and just fine. But for a Hobbit build, I don't care for it. So it's easy enough to fix though. All you have to do is put some walls there. Go away. And to put walls there on the sides, you need basically you need to snap above. I
like that.
Oh, Dave!
You get a seal clap.
Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. You know what? I just realized I have something turned off that I should have turned on. It would make that even more fun. Let me get that up. Got a little tip jar thingy in Stream Elements. Come on, can you open up, please? Thank you. Okay. There. I'll have it redo the thingy. This is just a random message that it's...
Do my boobs still jiggle? Do my boobs still jiggle? I have to fix that. No, there's still
dropping a little gem.
So stupid.
Kind of fun. Okay. All right, so snap a wall above and then below. Oh, and it keeps, dang it. It's because I keep lagging. But then because I've got the pillar to the side, the pillar is giving that wall foundation support. So I can now actually pick these up. I just needed a wall above just to give me this snap point, basically, to be able to put one down below. Because otherwise, it doesn't really give me that option. And let's do a half wall here. A quarter wall. There's a lot of different places in arc building, though, where I've noticed that that's kind of a strategy you just kind of have to use, where you put something up sort of as scaffolding just to give yourself a snap point, but then as long as there's something else there to give it the foundation support it needs, you can remove your scaffold piece and it will stay. And I'm probably going to go through and put skins on those later, but for now, even the default stone, I think looks pretty nice there. It looks almost like a retaining wall or something, right? I might even just leave it. Okay. Oh yeah, that's what we needed over here, is a little sloped wall. Okay. What is with this weather? That's better. I don't know where that one went. Okay, we've got room for a couple small rooms up here. And then up here, I think I'm going to have just one room kind of in the center. I might do the stairs a little differently because I'm thinking, yeah, I'm going to do that a little differently because I actually want to raise the level of this floor up by half of a wall. Oh, and this is a good spot where we will finally embrace a bit of asymmetry. Why is this? That's 4. That should be fine, I think. Doesn't really matter which direction these are facing. I'm just, on the principle of the thing. And make them all face the same way. You don't want to let me put a piece there, do you? You're going to be a pain in the butt. Well, I happen to know that those roofs are supported by pillars and stuff, so I should be able to pick that up safely. I think I'll probably do a roof in here, somewhat similar to the roof that I did in the cellar in the other build, kind of the double arch situation. So if I'm doing that, I'm going to want to keep the the doorway very closer to the middle of the room for sure. Leave a little spot for some half or quarter stairs there. So I might end up moving it again, but we'll try it here. Okay, and then we're going to put a window here, I think. Or do I want to... No, that's a good spot, I think. I'd set it a little farther back. I'm not sure I really need to. I think it actually would look better though if I did. So let's go ahead and do it then. And that just means we're going to need to extend this back a little bit because I still want a decent sized room up here. Like that, possibly, sort of, kind of. Hmm. Actually, let's do that. I'm used to using all these workarounds from before they added these pieces like these roof corners. Something kind of like that. I think I'm just going to do a single window here. Don't want to go too overboard with the windows. I think one thing that I did on the other build, though, that I like, that I kind of want to repeat, is I did a different archway over the top. Oh. We need our slopes back in there. And I want to do a different slope again, like I did before. And what I did was I took some quarter walls and I did some quarter walls like that. And then I went like this, I believe, so that there wasn't a flat one in the middle. Made for like a steeper angle. And then I'm gonna have to do quarter walls there. This is gonna be smaller than it was on the other one, but that's okay. Small things can be cute, right? Like hobbits. Actually, what am I doing? I don't want another shallow there, do I? Yeah, actually, I want enough space here to go to a regular sloped wall. Hey, Ayanir? Not sure how to say that, but hello, welcome. Great initiative. If I wasn't so lazy, I'd try it too. Hey, games are for having fun. Games are for relaxing. So you play your games in whatever way is relaxing to you. Something like that, I think. Possibly, kind of, sort of. Let's see how that looks with some roof pieces over it here. I feel like that, or now let's do a corner. Maybe kind of like that. There, that little bit of asymmetry makes me very happy. That adds the whimsy I was looking for. Okay. And what is that going to give us to work with on the inside here? This is not going to be a huge room. I'm thinking this will be like a little bedroom or something. But this should still give us some space to work with. On the other side here, we could go down to a half wall. Let's see. Let's see how the roof continued on would look before I go too much into messing around with that. And yeah, one thing that I wanted to do with this I want to go like that. Not quite that. I could do this a little differently in this spot. I actually wouldn't mind changing it up a bit over here. Got a bigger area to cover anyway. So let's change this up a bit. Yeah, how do we want to do this? I think I'm just going to continue the ramp angle for a minute here. It's obstructed, huh? Obstructed, schmucked. See, it is not obstructed. You just wouldn't let me put that piece there. And let me put other pieces there just fine, though. Yeah, actually, I think I'm going to want to go more like that. Oh, I do need something there. I want to try to make it kind of blend in with the rest of this hillside here. That is the goal. This particular spot actually would probably be a good spot to put another room up in here. I might do that. I want to keep it simple, but that spot's just kind of like begging for something. Could put like maybe a little greenhouse sticking up there or something. Maybe. Now what do we got on the inside here? What are we going to do with this spot? Actually, what would be probably easiest to do with that spot? It's all one angle. So let's just go ahead and put another sloped wall there. We can mesh it through the existing sloped wall, like so. That works. What I could do here. You're gonna give me that nonsense again about being obstructed, huh? And once again, a spot where if I had a triangle ramp, it would be a perfect spot for it. But I do not. So I will have to make do. You just don't want to go in there. I guess we're gonna stick a bush over that spot. Okay. Let me know how the volume on everything is sounding. I know I keep muttering when I get into a building phase. I kind of trail off and just mutter for a while. But yeah, is the music loud enough? It looks like it's somewhat quieter. I can turn it up a bit if it's too quiet. Actually, if I'm gonna put another space over here, I might go up a little more. Or I could just go straight back from here. That seems like would make the most sense to do. Let's just do that. Can't hear the music. Okay, well, that's all right. We can turn it up. I figure, you know, better too quiet than too loud, so I usually default to having it fairly low. Just to give y'all a little something to listen to when I'm trailing off or just staring at walls for a while, not saying much. This is my tropical mood playlist. It's kind of just music that's relaxing, but still has a bit of energy to it. Tropical vibes, that's what I call that playlist. It's kind of beachy and stuff, you know, it's got a little bit of energy. It's hopefully not going to put anybody to sleep, but it's chill, you know. Okay, no, we don't want that. We want hot, or do we want... I think we probably want that. Give us some other angles here, break up the squareness of it all. What works there? Nope. Okay, good enough. Yeah, that's fine. Well, that's good enough. We do have a little spot here, or I could maybe put a tiny little gazebo or something. And then we can make it slope up towards that side there. You don't want to go there. That's okay. Fine then, have it your way. You just do not want to go in that gap either. Okay. I know that looks like a massive mess, but there is method to my madness. leave that. I'll leave it. I'll leave it for now. No. I have been fiddling with this for long enough. I just need to finish the dang roof so I can move on to something else. Actually, I wasn't going to do a triangle there, but that fits pretty dang nicely. Remember how I wasn't going to do anything janky or weird? Remember that? Yeah. I can't help myself. What can I say? I am janky and weird. I can't help it. Embrace the jank, indeed. Maybe I should put that on t-shirts. Been looking for merch ideas. Embrace the jank. Hey, Slayer Zena, welcome, welcome. Let's see what it would look like if I did put a little greenhouse or something here. It's gonna have a little turret. It's so cute. I like it. just the right piece to put there too, I think. Probably not going to put a full-on greenhouse or anything up here. I'll just maybe put a little table and chairs, you know, a little place to sit and sip a cup of tea. And we could have put a stairway coming up to here maybe or something. Yeah, I think that could potentially work. Now, isn't there a piece that has like a sloped cellar door, or am I losing my mind? Is that in a mod or something? I thought there was a sloped cellar door somewhere. If there isn't, I can just put a flat one here, but I thought there was a sloped one. I know there's some new. Are they in the doors? Where is the door? There it is. Not in that. Was it in the wall? Or was it in, I think, oh, maybe it was in the ceiling. Yeah, there's a hatch frame, hangar door, barn door. Yeah, no angle. Oh well, we can put a cellar door. Gotta have a way of coming out from the house to reach your little gazebo. All right. And then let's do a thing here. I want an overhang for this roof. I think I kind of want to bring it down a bit too. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep it simple. And then for the overhang, I was willing to put a ceiling up above it. It would be a lot easier, but I don't want to have a ceiling there. So let's just do something like this, maybe. Yeah, we just need a little tiny quarter triangle to go in those gaps, but it's okay. Imperfection makes it more whimsical, right? Gonna be cute. And let's grab some of these guys and flip them and put those across here. Come on. Are you gonna behave? Thank you. That works. And then I'm going to get some pillars in here because I'm going to want to add more detail too. And I'm going to need some things to snap to. And we're going to want these to be chunky pillars. I might need them to be just because of how difficult it is to access the skinny pillars after you place them, but the fact that it's in a corner. Okay, yeah, it is still letting me access it. All right, let's do skinnies then. And then I need halves because I need a snap point at that spot. Not all of these might be at the same angles. I might need to go around and fix some of them. Oops. Like that. See, there's two different spots they can snap to. And I'm trying to make them all snap to the one on the right, but not all of them might be snapped to that. But now let's see about this. Yeah, we want to go like this though. I might need to go around and put skins on the railings first though. And what the heck is going on with my light? The time of day hasn't changed, but the weather has. There we go. Yes, freeze the sky. And actually, let's make it a little later too. That's better. Okay. And what do the default railings look like from this set? Okay, they got this grassy pattern. Okay, and that's the only variant of that. Now, actually, if I'm gonna have these ramps up, these slope walls up there, I might not even need the railings at all. Let's try a couple and just see how it looks. Now these guys, I think, yeah, these are just the grass pattern. But thankfully, oh wait, oh there is an arch. Oh, and there's the sloped tunnel roof I was talking about earlier. But I didn't realize that was in there. We can just use that one. Yeah, I like that. While we're at it, let's see how these guys look. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Now let's grab our sleek, what's it called again? Sleek timber, that's the one. Picture of trank drugs and the words 1 dino, 2 dino, blue dino, red dino. That's cute. Oh, oops. See, I had it on multi. So now it's going around and skinning everything. See, this is what makes people afraid of this tool. But I can actually stop it by unequipping it. Go out of my hand. Hello, can I like unequip it? Anyway, thankfully I hadn't skinned any of that stuff anyway. So gonna have to reskin this stuff. But anyway, that's my fault because I didn't check to make sure it was on apply single, add single. There. That's what we wanted. Oh yeah. He hasn't added a roof variant yet for the ramp angle on these. Something that a lot of people don't even think of. It's a ramp, right? Why would you want a roof texture for it? But he did say that he is going to do that now that I brought it to his attention. That is something we builders like. So he is going to add it, but it isn't in there yet. And so for now, I'm going to do what I did in my last build, and I'm going to use Castlecraft. So I know that that one does have a ramp roof variant. It's one of the alternates. I'll have to click over to it, but I know that it has it. And I can paint it to be a better color too. You know what, I think, can I use the tool? I think I can use this tool from farther away than I can the actual skins. So let me switch to that. And see if that is the case. Come on, can you open, please? I'm hitting control. Are you gonna open the variants for me? Why are you not doing it? I think it was a lag spike. Still isn't doing it though. Okay, middle mouse and shift. I should be able to do it without opening the menu. Doesn't seem like it's working though. There, now it opened it though. Okay. Except it didn't save. I closed it too fast. There, see? I put this up at the top. Can you notice now? Thank you. Come on now, game. What are you doing? Now it only noticed that I unclicked it. It didn't notice that I clicked it again or something. Let's reorder some of these other ones and give it a minute to notice that. Oh, the Flora Decor and Flora Vines. I believe these are ones that are in... These are in a standalone pack by Sandy, I believe. The Flora Decor is in Cabin Craft, I think. I'll have to look at the actual pack in my cosmetics menu, but this Flora Decor is in the free pack. This Flora Decor is in Cozy Cabins, if I remember correctly. Way too many Flora Decors. I wish they said which mod they're from. The tool is Pac-Man, is it? It just looked like a ball to me, but I don't know my old video games very well. Some of these other ones should be... I'm not using those currently, so let's just take them off. That one I might, though, actually. There we go. Oh, and I did send Sandy a picture of the fact that the ramp corners need a little bit of work on making them match up better. So he's on it. Could leave that stone, but no, I'll do that for now. We can pretend it's Pac-Man. Yes, you can indeed. Okay. Yeah, we can use our handy dandy gun here. I swear, ever since it came out, I don't think there's a single build where I've used custom cosmetics that I haven't used some Castlecraft. Just because of the fact that it has everything. You know, there's some pieces that are missing in some other cosmetic sets, but by and large, I don't think I've run into any yet that Castlecraft didn't have. So it's my fallback option. And between the wood and the stone, there's bound to be something. Whoa! It'll coordinate with whatever I'm doing. Not welcome to stop by with cookies. No way I can see that. You're very welcome to stop by with cookies, you know, but if you're a hobbit, then you've likely lived here for generations and you know where everybody lives, right? That's why they just have names for houses. They don't need to have addresses. Bilbo lives in Bag End. Everybody knows that. And everybody knows where Bag End is. Okay. And then let's paint that roof. I like the blue that I did before. It kind of feel like it kind of coordinates with the color of the water. Come on now. I could try a lighter blue though. Let's try. This is the Scribbles Signs spray painter, by the way. I like the spray painter from Architect Structures a little bit better, but Architect Structures is a gigantic mod that's over a gig, and Scribbles Signs is under 10 megabytes. It obviously doesn't have as much other stuff, but it does have awesome signs with like 50 different fonts to choose from. And it does also have a paint sprayer that's better than the default one. No. That's better, but still would love to see a hint of cyan in that. The electricity might work, but let's try actual cyan first. The main thing that I like better about the Architect Structures one is that it organizes all the colors together kind of in color families, makes it easier to find the shade you're looking for because they're not organized in alphabetical order like this. And this one also forgets what you had it set to when you put it away. No, that is way too green. You're blind? You get lost a lot? Well, you just gotta ask some Hobbit kid running by, because I'm sure all of them also know where Mr. Bilbo lives, or Mr. Frodo, or Mr. Samwise. Nope, still too green. I like the shade of the azure. I just want like a step lighter. which is why it's really nice when they're organized according to shades. Nope. I think the moonstone is not the same. Well, Azure is brighter though, by a good bit. The overcast, I'm guessing this is going to show up as gray, but let's see. It could work nicely. No, it's kind of mixing a little bit with the orange, and it's not a bad color, really. It's kind of a nice, neutral, sort of purplish beige, I guess. But not the color I'm looking for. Sapphire. I don't know if this is lighter or darker than Azure, but let's see. It looks darker. Yeah, it is. I think I'm just going to stick with the Azure. It is a nice, bright, cheery blue. See, you can just look for the little gazebo with the blue roof, and then you will know where to bring the cookies. There we go. All right, now let's still have random walls here and there that have the wrong skins on them. I might just stick with stone for those. Not sure yet. Or I might come back in and do one of these stone variants that is in the mod. Rock-hewn retreat, for example. I need beams on that upper window as well. But first we'll go around and finish this. Okay. I think I do want those. I want chunky pillars going downward from the gazebo as well to kind of anchor it into the terrain better. And we definitely need chunky pillars over here. Pain in the butt, are you? Cobalt in game. Yeah, I should take a look at that one too. There's a lot of really, really nice shades of blue now. Oh, paint which blue? What are you suggesting? I like the default better than the light wood, so I might just leave it like that and paint it. This is from that one that got, and it wasn't supposed to be there. Oh, the pillars around the windows. Oh, well, after I get them all skinned, I'll see. I'm not sure if this is a texture that's paintable or not, but it would not hurt to check it out. I really like the square one better there, I think. Okay. Okay, let's get out some of our raccoon retreat here. Try that on the path. I do like how the colors of this go so well with all of the wood options. But I asked Sandy about also adding a variant to the walls that doesn't have the wood trim, just as an option. And so he's going to be adding that with the next update. Because there is an option for the foundations and ceilings that doesn't have the wood trim, but so far there's not an option for the walls. But there will be soon. We added some really beautiful glass just recently too. I love that window design. Look at that. It even looks gorgeous in the default wall. I think we are going to need to change. Oh, I missed a pillar. I think we are going to need to change the side of the foundations, though. Do something else there. All right, so here is all of the options in Cozy Cabins. Look at this. This is crazy, and this is like a $5 mod. So it's got all of these different sets of different cosmetics for the building pieces. Most of these are full sets. This one, barricade skin, this one is pretty much just walls, ceilings, pillars, and it's meant to be like for outer fences and stuff. It's, yeah. So that one's not a full set. And this one is not everything, but it's got a really nice lattice texture. So that's nice for if you're building like a outdoor space or something. And some of these have like wall accents, like wallpaper or different paneling or whatever. They're really nice. And there's a couple of different sets for decor. And this one is the flower decor. One of the flower decor ones I was doing. There's also another one that's plants. This one is carved animals. So like different animal statues that look like they're carved out of wood. Those are super cool. This one is most of the furniture. There's like, this one does a bunch of different storage and crafting items. Like, so there's basically two different skins that have furniture stuff on them in the main set. Then here's the grass pathways one. Also, Sandy started modding to make fun stuff for his daughter, and so he included some fun stuff mostly for his daughter in here as well. So there's this so cozy corner skin that has got a bunch of kind of kid-looking, like cute furniture and stuff. And there's also one that's cat furniture here. So if you've ever wanted a cat tree or a litter box for your cat in Ark, there you go. There's also a boat decor skin that can go on a deco box, but apparently if you want to make one that actually floats, you can always put a deco box on a raft, right? And if you position it right, that could work. So yeah, tons of stuff. And then there's also this one that's got a bunch of Japanese themed things, Japanese style retreat. It's got like really cool wallpaper on it. And like, there's just so many options in this. It's kind of mind-boggling. But what was I looking for? Oh yeah, I was gonna grab this guy just so I don't have to switch that around. I still find myself using both even when I do have the skinning tool, just so I don't have to keep switching. Does not fit the motif, but can't help spoiling my kitty. Exactly. I think that's kind of the theory behind it. Cats want what they want, and we are their little slaves. So we give the kitties what they want and spoil them rotten. I kind of like the default stone in there. I like including just a little bit of that. And then this guy here. Was it? Did I get this around backwards? I might have. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. I think it might have been the pillar skin that's in floor decor then. Yeah, I think that's the one I was looking for. Not those ones. Which one was it? This one. I think it was this one. There, that's better. Still looks like it might be backwards though. Yes, it is. But I believe that there's an option in most of Sandy's skins to rotate them. So let's do that. We want to rotate this 90 degrees. Oh, nope. Did that work? No, actually we wanted 180. I don't know my geometry. I'm an artist, not a mathematician. Oh, other way. There, that's better. And actually, I think I wanted the door flipped the other way. The other side is the side that has the doorknob in the middle. Like that. I think this is still set on. Not entirely sure why there is a sloped wall there. That might have been something that snapped where it wasn't supposed to. Nope. Not on that one. Guess I don't really need this one here. Looks weird on the other side, so get rid of that. We'll add more details later, of course. But I like having a contrast so that it's not all grass. Like, I like the front of the building being different from the grass hillside. Oops. That's okay, there we go. Hello. Hey, Penguin Ken. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. There we go. Oh, that's cute. I totally forgot he said he was going to be adding that. I think I'll put that somewhere that makes a bit more sense, though, like there. Definitely got to put some of those in. Yeah, I am working on a Hobbit house, as you can see, featuring the Cozy Cabins cosmetic pack. glass in this window. I really like the glass from this Hobbit skin set. Look at that. That's really pretty. All right. Gonna add more details later on, but let's add some of those flowers actually. Let's put some of those up here as well. Ooh. There is a variant, I think, that doesn't quite cover up everything quite so much, maybe. No, I'll just have to move this more to the side, I think. Actually, no, let's... Let's put another pillar up here. Or a couple of them. Then we can put them on that. That's better. That works. I'm glad that you still are enjoying the builds that I did for Mr. Meal. I was just thinking about him the other day. It'd be fun to do another build for him sometime, but now in ASA, building is so much simpler that it's just not as much need to be doing builds for people. But if you ever wanted one, I'd be down for it. He is definitely a fun person to work with. Come on, can I put this in there, please? Please? No, you're not gonna let me do that, are you? Just to be a pain in the butt. We will put these in there to give me some more snack points. There. Oh, wrong skin. What are you doing? No. There. Thank you. Sheesh. Yeah, you're gonna rotate it wrong. So let's flip you around. That's better. I need to add some other stuff to kind of even it out to how I want it to look. What are you snapped to and why are you being weird? What the heck? I do not know what you are doing. What is this one on? Half pillar? Are you on a half pillar? Seriously? No. What are you? Oh, stone beam. There is a beam in here somewhere. Nope, not that one. No, not that one. I do not know what this thing is skinned to. There was a stone pillar in there somewhere. Oh, it was above. Okay. That's where it was. Okay. It was there. Now I got it. He just lives out of platforms in his series. Seriously? He's back to platforms again? I thought he'd turned over a new leaf. Caught part of one of his series and he had some kind of nice base he was living in. Of course, I don't have time to watch all of his videos because he releases a new one like every day. But, wow. Well, if he's back to living on platforms again, then we might have to build him a new base. Oh, I forgot that there's little tiny windows in those. That's right. I'll have to find a spot where I want to do that. Oh, not there. Okay. I think maybe if I do both on this side, that will help balance it a little better. Oh, and I clicked this one a little too far. There. Like that, and then like that, something like that. Something kind of like that. Yeah. Lots of flowers. We'll do some up here on the gazebo as well. Come on now. You had it for a second there. Come on. And then I move or I breathe and it... Anyway. Come on now. This pillar not angled properly? Probably the case. Fine then. That can be fixed. Let's make it square with that. Excusez-moi. All right. His current series is almost over, so hopefully we get to actually see him build in his next series. Okay, so what is the series that he's been doing? What has he been up to? This one needs to be higher. Yeah, I do have a half pillar in there, so I should be able to put this higher. Fine, I'll put it opposite of where I want it first. There. That's better. Actually, I should go with the quarter stairs so they don't stick down as much. One's a little low though. That one's higher. Let's leave it on that one. Okay. Now that's a ramp. So it's not going to give me the... There. I'll put one of those little guys there, I guess. And these are all triangles, so I don't think that's going to give... Well, this one's a square. There. I also did some of these beside the path before to give us some other spots to put flowers. Because we want it to be kind of a wild garden. Didn't mean to do that. Doesn't look bad though. It's pretty cool. I love the options in the Flora Modern set as well. There's some really nice stuff. Not quite what I want in this particular build, but very nice. Yeah. Oops. It's flying. Not all of these show very well in this kind of spot though. Some of them, since they go down a bit, they end up being out of view. But that's okay. We're going to add some other flower skins and other flower decor as we go. Let's actually switch this to vanilla stone. So the more I look at that, the more I like them mixing in some vanilla stone. I like the way that looks. I think I'll do that around the bottom here too. It's just nice to have another color in there, you know? Some gray with all of those nice rich browns. And then the pathway being a different kind of stone makes it stand out a little more. All right, and now inside here, we haven't even started skinning anything because we're still kind of working on the layout. Let's take off some of the wrong skins that got onto things. Okay. Now this here, originally I was just going to tuck a fireplace back here, but this is so much space. I think I'll probably use this for like a pantry or something. We'll go through and tidy up the inside when I'm ready to do that. And then on the other side here, this would be a good study, I think. And then over here, since this is going to be a smaller Hobbit hole than the other one that I showed at the beginning of the stream, if you missed that, make sure to go back and watch it later. I gave a tour of a completed, or 99% completed Hobbit house build that I did based off of Bag End in the Lord of the Rings. And that one was a lot bigger. And if you thought this was janky, you should see that one. That one's even more organic looking, shall we say. But this one, I'm trying to keep it simpler and a little bit smaller. So I'm thinking this could be the study. You know, Hobbit's got to have a nice study to read and write his books in. And the fireplace in there. And then this in here, I'm thinking instead of a fancy dining room, this can be like a little eat-in kitchen with an adjoining pantry. So put a little pantry there. It's almost as big as the kitchen. We could put a little fireplace, like a cooking fireplace, back there, and put a little table up here by the window. That would be cozy. And then up here, thinking a crafting area, because I do want to make this like an actual practical base as well. So this can be a crafting area. Finish it off a little bit in the inside here. I need to do some more of that. And then up here, this is going to be the bedroom probably, and not entire. There's a lot of space here, obviously. So this is probably more space than I need for a bedroom. I am going to need some of it for a stairway up to this little exit here, though. I don't usually use the spiral stairs if I can avoid it, just because they're kind of annoying to run up and down. But I might have to use them there. Let's see. Actually, you know what I could do here? Let's try something else. There, this will give us a little bit of an angle here. I think it's still going to be a little tight. So this would be better, I think. Yes, that will be better. And let's go ahead and fill the rest of this in. If it will let us. Come on now, don't be like this. Why aren't you letting me put a... There's plenty of room. Be like that. Fine. We'll find a workaround and do it a little differently. You can always put... Make sure this is going to be long enough to go down into the ground. Get foundation support. And now we should be able to put some little half walls here. All the way across there. And then we should be able to put these guys. There. So weird, this game. Sometimes it won't let you put one type of piece in a spot, but it'll let you put in a different piece in the same spot just fine. I don't know. Arc be arcin'. Okay. That should work. There, now we can get up to our nice little gazebo and have a cup of tea. Go out our little back door here. Get stuck in our own door. Is there a way for me to close the door without getting stuck in it, please? No, not really. Why can't you activate the dang door? There. Okay, I can't activate the door from there. Okay. Time to dip. Wish you the best with this build. Time to dip as I'm watching some original Teen Titans with some buddies via Discord. Ooh, sounds like fun. While keeping an eye on one of my kids while the other one is at the movies. Sounds like a very fun Sunday afternoon, or whatever time or day it is where you are. He's been doing Arc Omega on ASA. All right, cool. Chris, welcome. I'm gonna need to put some border walls in here to make this snap properly. Where did my phone go? I'm supposed to have my phone out where I can at least see it in case my husband calls or something, so where did I set my phone down? I swear, anything not attached to me I'm gonna lose. I need to refill my drink anyway, so I will be right back in like 20 seconds. All right. Had to look and look. Could not remember where I left the dang thing. Oh, and I left my drink over there. Just a sec again. Sorry about that. I'm back with more of my lovely iced tea. And found my phone. So I can set it there. Did miss a couple of texts from hubby, but thankfully it was nothing too earth-shattering. Just let me know how his skateboard contest is going that he is being a judge at. Alrighty. Definitely have a lot of space up in here. I want to do something with all of this space. Need a row of quarter walls in here though, I think. My mother tells me I would forget my head if it wasn't attached. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. I forget my head at home sometimes, yes. Well, my head is usually at home, regardless of where my body goes. My head stays at home because I am a homebody. Is there anything? No, I don't want that. That's probably going to stick through up above. I'll put it there in case it isn't sticking through, but I'm guessing it probably is. If it is, then I'll deal with it then. But this is how we embrace the jank. Oh, and let's see how the hobbits are there. Hobbit stairs? Nope. All right, we will use these stairs then. Okay. I feel like this looks like it needs more support. That corner is just kind of hanging out there, but I don't want to put it down and like block this corner of the stairs. So I'm going to do something different. I'm going to extend this backwards like that. So it's getting, it looks like it is getting support. It is getting visual support from the cliff wall behind. Oh. Come on now, can you please flip for me? No, you won't do it, huh? You just do not like that. You do not like going that far into the cliff. There. There, now it looks like it's supported by something. Okay. Oh, that's going to be a problem. My floors are all cattywampus. They're all facing different directions. Arg. What direction are all of these ones? Let's see what we got. Looks like all of these ones are facing side to side. It's mostly these ones that are going to need to be swapped, and that shouldn't interrupt anything since the walls in ASA support each other side to side. I should be able to pick these up okay. I just have to make sure to put the crosshairs over the one I want it to match. Like so. You can rotate the skins on most things, but rotating structure skins is just kind of more trouble than it's worth, in my opinion. I mean, if it's just one or two pieces, then sure, but if it's like a whole floor's worth, then that would just take longer than just picking them all up and putting them at the right angle. But yeah, with most of Sandy's skins, you can rotate them and also scale them, which is pretty cool. You might need to make this into like a mid to end game base or something. There's so much space up here. Heck, you could have a like mid to end game crafting area up here. You could put your, especially if they were modded ones, so they were a little smaller. You could put your fabricator up in here and all kinds of stuff. Okay. Oh, are some of these... Why are these a different texture? What texture's on those? Is that just the underside? That's just what the underside of the triangles looks like, I guess. But then these triangles don't look like that. Oh, those are sleek timber. That's why. Well, those are underneath the gazebo, so it really shouldn't matter. let's swap them all out for the sleep timber ones. For now, at least. Unless that appears to create issues later. Oh, no. Ah, dang it. No. I do need halfling home ones for these. But why the underside doesn't quite match on some of these? I'm going to have to point that out to Sandy because I'm pretty sure they're supposed to. It's just a lot of times the corner pieces get kind of forgotten about, the corner roof pieces. So let me take a screenshot to show him what I'm talking about with that. Okay. Okay, now over here, I could put another little window on either side of this big one, maybe. Yeah, not there, but like, that could be another little window. What's going on here? Oh, our little dormers here. So it doesn't look weird, like the windows are cut off. You can change the scale. Let me show you. It's kind of goofy, but I'm sure there's all kinds of goofy, janky things you could do with it. I'm sure this is intended mostly for deco skins, but it's just part of the template that he uses for all of his cosmetics, Sandy does. And so, like, look at that, for example. Now that's just cosmetic. Like, the whole thing is there supporting, but it looks like it's half the size. So that's a cool thing that you can do with most of Sandy's mods. And you can also rotate them. So, like, you know, if you wanted it to be, let's see, what angle do we want? Let's do, yeah, 45 would be at a diamond pattern. See, if you wanted to do something like that, for decorative purposes or something, you totally could. But now, you know, the easiest way to do it, let's just take the skin off and on again. There we go. Okay. Oh, let's finish cleaning up all of the grass on the inside of these guys. That's one thing about living in a hole in the ground, huh? Gotta keep the grass from growing into your house. Keep the weeds out. And these little stairs are sticking down too. I'm probably just gonna go across with a flat ceiling. Make it look more finished. Yeah, I think that'll be good. That's better. Don't mind a bit of flowers sticking through. But I don't like that green. That's the triangle, I think. All right, so this room up here, I'll have to keep thinking about what exactly I want to do with that space. Actually, I'm just going to default to these guys for now for everything. This here needs to be closed off. Gotta clean up the inside so we've got maximum possible amount of usable space. Yeah, it would be a cool pathway to do that, for sure. It's nice to have fresh air inside, but yeah, I agree about the unwanted bugs. The idea of it is awesome, but yes, I think it needs to stay in a fantasy novel. Because in real life, I don't think the reality would be so pretty. You know, all of this actually. Let's do a thing here. This is basically a full wall in height that we do not need. So what we can do here, let's pick up a couple of these and swap them out for quarters to give us those snap points. Oh, not that guy. That guy. I wish the corner foundations matched the other foundations a little better. I might just put some kind of edging on our wall or something along all of them. No, not that one. Let's try something different. Actually, no, let's keep that in there and let's grab the etched elegance is pretty nice too. And also try Timber Haven. Fine, get rid of that one too. And we will also add back our sleek timber so that we have a variety of options to test out. That one looks pretty nice. Yeah, I like that one. That one is etched elegance. What do the walls look like from that one? It's a pretty cool design with like those swirling, like burl wood or something. And then this is the outside of it. Oh, that's kind of nice. Not for that spot, but that is pretty cool. Doesn't have a regular solid one though, so for that one, let's switch to that one, I guess. Hey, Sandy! Hello, hello! Unwanted bugs are delicious, says Zant. Yeah, well, if I was a hobbit, I think I would have to have a shoulder pet bird just to eat all the bugs, so that I didn't have to deal with them. Thank you, Charlie. Oh, Zant has dropped to the number 2 chatter, and Charlie is the number 3. Who's currently in the number 1 spot? Let's see. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to grab some storage boxes. I guess so. But yeah, I've been showing off your mods basically the whole stream here, Sandy. Great work, as always. Actually, you know, these are big enough spot. I put a vault fit there. Let's see. Now we're just laying out the inside of this Hobbit house. It's just a little bit too fat, but you know, I don't really need the backing wall there. It was just for cosmetics. So let's try that. But I'll give you a tour, show you the outside of this Hobbit hole in a minute. I wanted to finish that other one. I wanted to finish Bag End on the stream, but Ragnarok was being so extremely laggy that it was just impossible to do anything. So I gave a tour of it in the early part of the stream. And then I swapped over here to Astraeus to start working on another simpler and slightly smaller little Hobbit hole build. Really, I should put it in quotations though. Simpler. Simpler in that I got most of it done in this one stream instead of the 20 hours that it took me to do the other one. All right. Oh, that one's got like lights above it. That wasn't quite what I wanted here. There. Okay, let's switch this to... This is our storage room, so let's stick with a fairly simple flooring option. Yeah, that looks good. And there is a skin for the vaults. I can put that on a little bit later. Also plenty of room in here for some Deddy storage. I might need to add that in a little bit as well. Just get it all set up inside as an end game sort of base. Yeah, I was just showing off the scale function because Charlie was asking about if it's possible to rotate the pieces, and I mentioned that you can also scale them, and she's like, what? So yeah, I had to show that off, of course, which is a very fun option to have. Oh, you know what, since I was gonna do, no, actually I think this is a good height for the ceiling in here. We'll stick with this at least for now. And we got one that's wonky, or two, or some. Which ones are wonky? Okay, it is just that one. Okay. Nope, 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 not that gun. That gun. It looks like I might need to ghost up there to find the whatever walls are on the skin there. Ah, it's these little ones in my subfloor. Okay. I'm stuck somewhere. Okay, there we go. Well, it's in the early part of the stream. You'll just have to watch it back later, Sandy. Hey, Johnny. Welcome, welcome. Sandy, I think we need a wooden gate, but like it being a normal door frame, small gate skin, so I can have a cute fence with my cabin. Yeah, that would be awesome. I would love that too. For the castle interior as well, Aaron kept asking what mod, and it seemed like the answer was Cozy Cabins. Yeah, it's a great mod. What can you say? But then, hey, you know, I do use a little bit of castle craft in pretty much everything that I build. All right, I'll show you the outside of this one here on Astraeos. I haven't decorated the outside as much as I did the other one just yet. But you can see I did 3 levels on this one here. And we got a little gazebo up on the top there. Oh, and we're missing some skins here. And the horizontal ones, I'm kind of okay with those being the wood. So I think I will swap those to the smooth wood variant. Now we can make them little windows. Why not? And we got a hole. I might go through and switch those horizontal ones to being like some kind of a stone wall variant or something. I'm not entirely sure just yet. But there is what we've got so far. And then I do not know what is going on with this. Oh, I think this was that spot where I was saying this is probably going to stick out, but just in case it doesn't, I'm going to put this here. Well, it did, and so I'll get rid of it. Oh, and there, this got accidentally reskinned, I think. Yes. Okay. I've noticed that the triangles, the ramp triangles are a little rough still. Like they don't meet up quite nicely like they should. And also the grass on them is a little bit sparse. But see, wherever there are the grass ramp corner pieces, those are the ones that are having... They just need a little bit of TLC, I think. You see, whenever you use two of them together as well, they don't quite match up. So, it's not the end of the world, but I thought you'd probably like to know. I don't want that sticking through the floor, so let's do borders there. It could look like it's part of the support. This looks a little odd at the corner without something to finish it off, so I guess we'll just add little uprights there. Have you tried the portions yet? It was funny watching how fast the dragon went that I post in Discord. No, I haven't tried any potions mods just yet. Sandy said, I added a thin pillar skin to blend roofs and ramps. Okay. It's just a green grass beam that can be found in the halfling set. Okay. I will take a look at that then. That'll be really good for the horizontal or vertical portions, but of course, for one that's at an angle like that, we can't use that. Let me pick these up though and try that out. Should have known you would have thought of something in there. Okay. Some of these spots, though, the thin pillars just are like almost impossible to actually access. The hitboxes on those dang things. Might have to pick up the wall to make it able to be reached. Well, it definitely looks better. Yeah, that was why I didn't really mess with the halfling set with the... Yeah, because it seemed like the half height pillar as the variant on those looked a little odd. Because it was like popping somewhere else, not quite lining up, and I wasn't sure what the purpose of that was, but I may not have gone through all the options on that either. Where is that actually? It's here in the corner somewhere, isn't it? Nope, there it is. Nope. Yeah, it's not acting like it has any variance. So to show clearly what that's doing, let's put that on there. See, it's just giving us kind of an offset chunky wood pillar and no other variants to go with that. So I don't know what is up with that. That's just the half upright pillar though. These ones are nice though. Oh, there's another. That's pretty cool. Yeah, at least that's the same color as the grass. That'll definitely help with blending it. For these guys, though, I think I'm going to have to see if I can get a full height one working in that spot, and then we'll have to see if the full height one is working properly. What's the full height one doing? Okay, looks like this one is... Well, no, it isn't. It doesn't have any variance. It doesn't seem like... It looks cool, though. Okay, so the horizontal, is this just the thin beam? Horizontal thin beam, it is working and looks cool. Yeah. Come on, I know I've got one in there somewhere. There. The color's not bad. I think it's mostly the texture, but I don't know. I mean, it's a difficult texture to match. If there was a way to make it rounded, but like the grassy texture all the way around, that would probably be the best, but that might look weird from certain angles too. So I really don't know what the solution would be. But yeah, something that would kind of just round out those edges would help with making it look more natural, I think. Now these look, why are these at a different height from this? I don't know what's going on there. Might end up swapping those out for a different variant anyway. You know, I decided to go with mixing in some vanilla stone down here in some places. I might just swap some of those to vanilla stone. Just see how that looks. Just, you know, kind of embrace the look of it being like a retaining wall or something. Oh, I should flip these around though too. I don't care for the wood showing there, because the vanilla wood just doesn't. No. The vanilla wood just often doesn't match with other textures very well, because it is just so very yellow. So extremely yellow. Excessively so. And you're going to be a pain in the butt and won't go there, but I know a way to trick you. So there, if I go inside the textures, then usually you'll go there. Come on now. Even now you won't. You're still going to be a pain in the butt. What are you doing? Now you'll go there. Now will you go above? You know what? Well, if you're going to do that, then there's room for a full ceiling in here. We'll just do a full ceiling. Or we would try to, if you would cooperate. There. Okay. There. Kind of feel like one thing, and this might be really difficult to do, I don't know, but one thing that might help in a situation like this with just blending it in and making it look more natural would be if there was like a stone pillar variant that looked very natural, like that just looked like a bunch of different size and shape and slightly different color rocks all stacked together. You know, like not as perfectly straight and carved looking as like the rock-hewn retreat ones, which these are awesome for some things, like they're great for this path here. But if I wanted, you know, bigger stones and more uneven, natural looking stones, I think that could help with tying in something like a smooth wall in with something that's supposed to look more natural. Another option could be, and you know, I haven't designed a mod, so I don't know how difficult this would be, or if it might look dumb or whatever. It very well might. But if there was a way to like carry that grass that you've got there, like curve it like just over the edges of the pieces on like all the sides potentially, maybe even just have an option where it's curved around the edges, then I feel like if you put the pieces together, then they would blend a lot better if they didn't have quite such a sharp edge to them. But that might be a really difficult thing to do. I don't know. Let's flip you guys around. Okay, let's do a little bit more of that kind of thing over here. is this actually... Yeah, okay, that is in a gap, so it'll be okay to have those showing. Just need to flip them around. Yeah, a cylinder with grass all over it would definitely be good. Yeah, I should use the variant gun with the outline. I switched to using this one because there was a bug that was happening for a while where anything with an outline seemed to be causing issues, and so I switched to using the one without the outline, but I think that bug has been fixed. So it should be fine now. It was some kind of a bug apparently with the vanilla tech binoculars, which have an outline, and because of that, I guess every other mod that had something with an outline, I guess, uses the related code or something in some way, and so it was carrying over, and it was something Wildcard needed to fix, was what I was told. But they did finally eventually fix it. What is going on with this here? Oh, this is in here. This is basically going to be a pantry. Oh, one thing I did want to show you also, Sandy, is some of these corner pieces or the triangle pieces. The underside doesn't match the other roof pieces from the same set. There's another spot where that's pretty obvious, but yeah, the wood texture that's underneath most of the Hobbit pieces doesn't match the one that is underneath the triangles roof pieces, and also the corner roof pieces in some places. Yeah, so you can see it here too. And also the underside of the triangle Hobbit pieces with the grass is this bright green, and there's no variant without it, and so that kind of sticks out a lot too. Where I switched it to the sleek timber instead, but in some places I couldn't because I needed the grass on top. It'd be nice also if there was a variant of this, and this is just kind of being silly because this is just the underside, of course. But if there was a version of this that didn't have the green edging on the inside, that where it was just the wood, that would be nice, you know, kind of more like this, right? Because it just kind of makes it look a little more busy. Slayer, thank you. Ooh, we're gonna cast a movie from my YouTube to Kiddos TV for us. Okay, I'll have fun. What movie are you watching with the fam? Now this spot here, Finish this off a bit better. Like this. Okay, but yeah, I don't like this. I'm gonna have to pick up these little guys here. And then what are we gonna do on the inside? We might just need to close off kind of that whole corner, because this is, like I said, this is just gonna be a pantry. Was that sticking out just that? Well, that little bit, I can put a bush over that. Yeah, I think that'll be good there. Now this is the stage where I take the mess I've made of the inside of the structure and try to turn it into something that is actually useful. I can just leave it and I'll put some things on the shelf there. Make it look intentional. And then people will say, how do you come up with these ideas for cute little nooks like that? And it's like, I'm covering up jank. That's always my secret. I'm covering up jank. You've just got to embrace the jank. That is my secret. And now you know. Yeah, how does that look on the inside? Better. It's better, I think. Just do that. That is a foundation. Does that need to be a foundation? Not really. A few things to replace there, but that's okay. And that music playlist is done, it looks like. Let's see what else we got. Let's listen to my Genesis 2 soundtrack. Gen 2 had some really good music. A lot of the music, of course, is for the missions. Come on now, flip. There we go. Okay, that looks neater in here. I think I can work with this. I might, you know what, actually, let's change out the floor to the rock-hewn retreat floor. Oh, the green happened when I simplified it to kill lag. Got it. Well, that's really important too. Nobody likes lag. So now, of course, the second song that is playing is like a... What is this? It's like a boss fight one or something. It's not showing the full name here. I'm not sure which one this is. Sounds like boss fight music, though. We don't have an actual sloped wall variant for rock-hewn retreat, just this, the arch one. The arch is cool, but sometimes you need a sloped wall. These ones don't have a variant without the wood trim. That's okay. There's going to be stuff in front of most of them anyway. What's that one look like? Oh, I like how that one's the logs on both sides. That is nice. Does this one have a solid slope? It does, okay. Does that stick out? Yes, it does. Well, hello there, Dodick. No, not that one. That one. That's okay. There's going to be like a barrel or something in front of there anyway. Okay, and then now this is going to be a little kitchen. Little eat-in kitchen, since this hobbit hole is not going to have like a big fancy dining room. This isn't Mr. Bilbo's fancy house at Bag End. This is more like the gaffer's house, right? Where Samwise grew up. This is a more working class hobbit type of house. Actually, let's do... what does the double door variants look like? I like that. Nice and simple. It'd be nice if the quarter walls texture matched the full walls instead of just being a miniaturized version of it. But I can find workarounds. That's part of how we embrace the jank around here. It's all about how you find workarounds. Oh no, okay, those are supposed to stay. Okay, they are. What I could do though. Come on now. Alright, we'll do that. Give you an obvious snapping point to snap to. Yeah. I really do like the beams from this sleek timber set though. Using those all over the place. And if it flickers like that, I just switch some of them to the rounded variant. And it's all good. Oh, hubby's calling me. Just a second. I'll be right back. Hey, on. Days money. Oh, that's how much it would be. Selling something of mine that I didn't need. Just needed to make sure he was charging enough for it, which he was not. So it's a good thing I answered the phone. Okay. Oh wait, no, some of those, that's going to be a problem. They'll look weird from the inside if I don't skin them. I'm just going to have to skin everything. Okay. Now the flooring in here. Thinking I'm gonna go with a flooring option that I used in the other Hobbit house. I'll try some of the alternate versions of the castle ones from Castle Craft, but I also wanted to try the MSVV Viking skins stone is nice, but it is really rough looking. So I want to have that on the list for maybe doing in the pantry, but it's too rough for my actual main living areas here. Where is the dungeon? There it is. I really like the stone variant that's in the dungeon skins, so let's pop that up to the top here. And it did not. I swear this sometimes there is a dungeon skin. Why did you do the castle skin instead of the dungeon skin? No, it's going back and forth between those two as if there is no... Oh, come on. Off and on. Sometimes there's some lag with this mod, this automatic base skinner mod. Come on now, what's your deal? Gonna be like that? Yeah, that just seems like a nice flooring option for a Hobbit kitchen. Working class Hobbit kitchen and pantry. And now what's on the other side of this? Okay. I don't necessarily need all of this space. I could close off most of this. So I was going to put a fireplace over on this side here. And I like to build the fireplace in a little bit. This is pretty steeply sloped, which will create an interesting challenge. But I think we can manage. Could go like something like this. Not gonna keep those there, just scaffolding. That could be an interesting angle. I'm going to have to raise it. I might even have to use the move tool, which this is not structural. This is part of the decorating. So I don't mind using the move tool a little bit in the decorating here, even though I don't want to use it in the main build. Okay. So let's do this then. Yeah, halfway would be too high. I could do stairs, maybe. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Let's try that, shall we? See what that ends up looking like. And why is there grass? There's not supposed to be grass. Foundations are supposed to block grass. Will this get rid of it? Sometimes it does. Nope. This is apparently the stubborn kind of grass. Flame resistant grass. Yeah, I can use this in the stairs to kind of raise this up a little bit without using the move tool. But then the question is just making it look like it fits in here properly. Yeah, that's not quite high enough. Fence foundation. Yeah, the thing is, it's got real foundations, so why would the fence foundation... Well, the fence foundation might actually help with snapping ceilings at a different height here, or pillars or something. But I don't think it's going to block the grass, sadly. Oh, well, what do you know? I didn't know what I'm talking about. Apparently, fence foundations are magical, and nobody bothered to tell me about it. What is up with that? Wow, that was pretty cool. Okay. Well, that is better. Now let's see if could I snap a ramp? A fence foundation? Probably not. Well, you know what? What about... Now that you have reminded me that fence foundations exist. Something like that. Maybe, possibly. That's still a little high. But I'm sure with a little bit of finagling we can get one at the right height. Well, exactly. And I would rather have the jank and not the grass. Oh, I recognize this music because of how annoying that particular mission was. That's the river run music. Anybody else have flashbacks to that particular mission? Ooh, actually, that angle could maybe do something kind of cool there. You just want to, you don't want to snap to those. We're going to have to snap ceilings to them first, aren't we? And then maybe you'll snap to the ceilings. Maybe. Ceilings won't snap to them either. Well, how about pillars then? You'll snap up, but will you snap down? You will snap down from another pillar. I can work with that. Let me make that go just a smidge higher. Two different heights there. I'm gonna have to put those back, aren't I? Yeah, I'm gonna have to put those back just to keep the dang grass from taking over. Oh, the B. What is the? I haven't tried these B+ fence foundations yet. I don't know how they're different. Looks like they still snap in line with the terrain. Oh, nope. If I put the crosshairs over that one, they will snap the same height with that one. Okay, that's good. Now it's just going to be a pain in the butt and not let me snap back into the terrain, but this could work as a hearth. Now let's get these guys to be the same height. Maybe we can do like this, I think. Yes. Okay. think this big chunky pillar up here's gotta go. But instead of that, we can do something else. Well, for one thing, it actually looks kind of nice going straight side to side. I was going to add, like, use triangles to give it a bit of a curve, but for a working class Hobbit kitchen, I think it's more practical this way. We can use these guys to fill in this little gap. Okay. And we'll change those up a little bit too. Okay. Now the fireplace isn't quite centered. Hey, Animal Game, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Now let's get this centered. There. Stick with maybe a pillar on each side here. Yeah. That works. And I know I saw a cooking pot somewhere in one of all of these mods. I don't remember which one. Well, I know there is one in wall and floor decor, but I think it's more of a modern looking one. And there is a cauldron in. Is that wall and floor decor as well? It might be. Oh, what is this from? Flowers and pots skin. I don't even know which one of Sandy's mods this is from. Sandy, if you're still there, you need to label your pictures or whatever with which set they're in. Because when a person has most of your sets, it can be a little confusing as to which one that's from. Visual Storage has one. Huh. Okay. Visual Storage has like a cooking pot? I will have to look for that. Oh yeah, I remember there's one with like a grill or something, right? Take a look at that. Yeah, there's this one. I'm not sure if that's what I'm looking for. Can get one to look at though. Wall and floor decor, I don't think they show up in here. I have to actually have the wall and floor decor station for that, but then I can craft them in there. Yeah, there's the wall and floor decor cooking pot. I'll take a look at it. But it is pretty modern looking. I think there was like a... I think there was some kind of a thingy though for that. Let's see. Oh, there's rugs too. Forgot about the rugs in this mod. May have to include some of these to try. Okay. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the cauldron. Might be a little too witchy looking. I don't know, but we can at least take a look at it. And there are also some chandeliers to check out. Creature lights. These are really cute, but I'm not sure if any of them will be right for this build. Furniture. There is rooms that are rooms. Oh, I guess rooms is like themes as well. So the Viking stuff looks pretty rustic and nice. This is probably way too big, but I'll take a look at it. Barrel is nice. Got lots of glasses and stuff, but we want more rustic looking ones. The leather furniture is nice, but too fancy for the Gamgee's house. Ooh, candles. Yes, please. Bunch of Christmas stuff. Don't need that. Okay. Okay. Let's see how this one looks. Looks kind of very, very witchy, but let's see. And it looks like fire is inside the cauldron, which is great as a Halloween decoration, but not if you're trying to cook soup for hungry hobbits. Now there was it in the Viking one? Somewhere I saw like a pot on a chain that was hanging, and I can't remember where it was now. May not have been in there. I do not remember where I saw that. I might end up just going with the vanilla cooking pot, because honestly I've used it quite a few times before. I do really just like how it looks. It's very rustic looking. Replacing mode for the win, yes. Now, if only I could, like, get rid of the crossbars and the little fire underneath. But it does kind of give the general idea. There is also this. This just looks very campfire to me. This is trying to snap to things, and it won't let me just put it where I want to put it. Does this one do the same? Yes, it looks like it. I'll have to keep thinking about that. But for now, we will call this good and just put skins on it. Let's use some rock-hewn retreat, I think. Yeah. Hey Al, welcome, welcome. Flora Moderna is gorgeous. In fact, earlier on in the stream, I showed off a build that I did that was kind of showcasing some stuff from Flora Moderna. A little bit. I can go back over there again, take a little break, and go check that out. Okay. Are you going to open my list of skins, please? Thank you. There's this light-colored gothic stone in Flora Moderna that is really nice. And it is paintable, but it's very glossy when it's painted, so I'm not sure if that'll be quite what I want. I might use the castle skins. I like the rock-hewn retreat stone, but it's can look a little busy. Oh, you know what? This might be a great spot to use the Viking stone structures. Let's do that. See, they are very rustic looking. It's like a rougher looking version of vanilla that's a little bit darker, and that's kind of perfect. That's kind of exactly what I wanted. I don't really care for that wood there though. Let's flip those little guys upside down. Now that looks like a nice cook fire for a Hobbit family. And there's also the Viking fireplace I do like as well. I don't even know which mod this is from. I don't remember. So I think it's in the Viking crafting structures or maybe the Viking furniture. I don't remember which one, but let's try this one first. It is that one, indeed. Nice. How about this one? Oh, I like that. I'm gonna need to turn it though. I'm gonna use the move tool so I don't have to take the skin off of it in order to turn it. Oh no, not that way. I could actually move it so that the side table is hidden. Let's try that. Let's just see how that would look. Lower it down to where the pot will show. Ah, what are you doing? No, stop it. I don't know what the hell it's doing now. Ugh. Okay. Let's try it without the move tool first. It's getting a little complicated. Let's see if we can figure out which side is which on this thing. Okay, so the default way of placing is sideways like that, which actually, well, except that the metal will be in the way. So that should be sideways to how it was. Except for the flames down there. Outside of the fireplace. That's not bad. Well, now that it's lined up, it'll be a lot easier to use the move tool anyway. Local position. Thank you. And also, actually, let's scale it up a little bit. And then let's lower it down so that flame is hidden. And then let's send it backwards like that. Maybe a little bit to the side here to hide that other stuff. I guess I can put something else over it there. Yeah, I could just hang it down lower. Ooh, yes, I like that. Yay for the move tool. Okay. Now I know there is supposedly firewood on one of the options in the Viking one, the Viking set, and I cannot remember which one it is. But I think it's one of the options for the deco box, probably the medium deco box, but let's see if we can find it. Sometimes it's easier to look in here just because they're all grouped together by mod, which can make it a little easier to find stuff. So, furniture. I'm guessing it's probably going to be under furniture. So let's try that one. That would be no. Okay. It's like a little treasure hunt. Eventually you get to know all the things that are included in a particular mod, but it does take a while. I've been through this a few times. I know it's not in there. I know it's not in there or there. Statues. Viking statues and larger decorative structures. Various Viking trinkets. Okay, let's take a look at this and see what they mean by Viking trinkets. Okay, so we have this cute little carved dude here. And what other options do we got? More other little carved characters. We've got, ooh, a musical instrument. Either a drink stand or some kind of lighting stand or something. Oh, those are the only ones. Okay. Well, none of those are quite what I'm looking for at the moment. Let's check the larger one then. I think this is supposed to go on large deco box. Oh, that's cool. Whoa. That's like some kind of gate or something, basically. That's pretty cool looking. All right. And that is all the options that are in there. Medium deco box for Viking structures. All right, we'll try this one. Okay, we got a boat, a wagon. That's pretty cool. Oh, that'd be cool in the kitchen here. Before I forget about it, while I got that one still equipped, let's go put one of those over here. What is interesting, Zant? Where's that facing? I think that was the front. Something like that, maybe? Probably don't actually need the railings here. Give us a little more room to work with. Ooh. Cool big banner thingy. Flag. Oh, there we got some wood on the ground. Lots of wood on the ground. And there we got some stacked firewood. Nice. That's what we want. We've got some kind of mess on the ground. Okay. If you want to make it look like your goat is not house trained, there you go. Hay bale. Nice. There's a ton of great options in there. And this is not rendering in for me, the texture. I don't know what is up with these stones. They're cool, but they're not like rendering in properly for me. That's awesome stuff. Okay. Sawdust. Oh, that could be. All right, well, we found our firewood. It is over here on a medium deco box. Yeah. That works nicely. Then over on this side, we're going to put our little dining room table. Which I have a feeling, yeah, this, look at the size of this thing. It doesn't even fit in this room. Now that is a Viking table, if ever I saw a Viking table. Let's try this little guy. Oh, not that one's way too big too. Just the default wood table might look good. Possibly with a skin on it, but let's take a look at this one. I do like the rustic look of this one. This size might be better. No, I think it's still a little bit too big. Let's try this guy. A little bit of an angle. He pushed it back and stood up. There. Most important room in any self-respecting Hobbit's house. Okay, let's add a ceiling beam up at the top here. Actually, let's do some of the lovely sloped roof pieces here. Let's see. So these are pretty cool how Sandy has put these in. And the portion that it fills in, you'll see what I mean in a second. But anyway, the side that the wood is on is the side that does that. So let me show you how they can make it look like a proper Hobbit hole in here. See? Give us a nice rounded ceiling. Very nice. All right, and then in here, I'm gonna mostly fill it in, I think, with some visual storage stuff. Yeah, isn't that cool? I really love how it does that. Let's grab a bunch of assorted bits and bobs here. Oh, and actually, before I do that, I promised to show Al the other build that I decorated with Flora Moderna. So let's go do that real quick. Let's put a bed down first before I leave this so I don't have trouble finding it again. could put down a teleporter. I'm trying to remember which teleporter mod I have in here. Okay. Oh, I've got awesome teleporter. All right, we'll put one of those down out of view. Oh, the texture. Oh, it fixed itself. It looked like the texture was broken for a second there. Okay, let's rename this one to Gaffer Gamgee's house. All right. Now that other one, it was over here by the Argonaut. I remember that. Weren't there two of them? Oh yeah, there are two. Okay. Here it is. But I built this for a little challenge that I set up for myself that hopefully eventually I'll get around to editing it into a video. Really, I probably should have been working on that today, but I didn't feel like editing. I wanted to build today. So anyway, I started with a classic 3x3 bob box and then gave myself 1 hour to give it a makeover. And this is what I ended up with. And I put the skins on after the stream, or I mean, not the stream, after the hour timer was up, and did the fine tuning of the decorating. But yeah, this is all pretty much Flora Moderna, with very, very few exceptions. The roof, I couldn't find a piece that the Flora Moderna didn't have a roof piece for the ramp angle. I've talked to Sandy about that. He's going to be adding it, but he hasn't yet. And so this is actually Castlecraft roofing here that I painted blue. But all the rest, and this around the fire there, that's also Castlecraft. But everything else is Flora Moderna. And it's really fun, all the different textures and things and how they coordinate. This here, this is actually a feeding trough. And got some paintings up there and stuff too. These are actually the large storages, or those in the back there are. This is a smithy. Another large storage. There's different variants you can put on them. I love how when you put the skins from Flora Moderna on the wall torches, you don't even have to put fuel in them. It just lights up. This one was already lit, I guess, but anyway. And I love the fireplace from Flora Moderna as well. These are the bookshelves. Are they Flora Moderna, or these might be... Yeah, these are from Arcadian Furniture, actually, one of Sandy's other mods. But I just really like those sleek bookshelves. Of course, our vaults. I like the vault variant for these, though. That it still looks like a vault, but it just looks all cool. And this is 3 beds meshed together, because that's usually what I do in most of my bases, just for more spawn spots. And then those are small storage boxes. There's different variants as well, but I just thought they looked better stacked like that. And this is also a large storage box. And then got more storage up on this level. Oh, and these are these are large storage boxes with the skin from Arcadian Furniture on them, because I wanted to have a ton of storage that you can reach all from this kind of the same spot. And then here you've got a nice balcony for landing your flyers. Isn't this tile gorgeous? I love the tile. You've got a little rooftop garden here too. Oh, and I do love the little built-in fire pit design. And the only reason I used Castlecraft for that was because there wasn't a brick variant or a stone variant of the hatch frame. But I did send Sandy a message about that, and he is going to fix that. Oh, and this is the Arcadian campfire, Arcadian furniture campfire, and it looks like the part of the texture is broken. So let me take a screenshot of that to send him real quick, because, you know, the man's got a lot of mods. He can't keep track of when Wildcard breaks something unless people tell him, you know. But I think he did just post a picture of a Cozy Cabins fireplace that he made. So actually, let me swap that out for Cozy Cabins. I think it was in here. It's a skin on a regular campfire. Yeah, there we go. I did use the move tool to fine-tune the location of the other one. So I'm gonna have to do that again here, I think. There. Nice little built-in fire pit, little outdoor eating area when Dimorphodons are hanging out at. Oh, and this here, this is actually a forge. That's a refining forge. I like that even the compost bin got a little TLC. No more fly sound. At least not that I could hear. Yes, and even my blue ox here likes it. So, yes, this is how in 1 hour, as long as I didn't have to stop and gather resources, right? 1 hour in creative mode, so maybe 3 or 4 hours in survival could make over standard Bob box into something a lot more interesting. Okay. Go back over this way. I could teleport, but yeah. I can't be bothered. Where is it? It's over here somewhere. I might have to. Dang it. This map's so big. Ah, there it is. Okay. I found it. The out of place pile of grass. There we have it. Okay. All right, so I'm not going to be able to keep streaming for that much longer, probably about another 30 minutes or so. So what do you guys think I should do with the remainder of our time together? I could either set up the pantry with visual storage and show you how to set all of that up, or I could decorate the entry and bedroom area, or decorate like up here something, or we could use vegetation planters to add landscaping out here. So let me set up a little poll here and see what y'all think. And I didn't forget about the giveaway, but I was hoping we'd have over 20 people at one point in the stream, which so far we haven't. So I don't want to do a giveaway with, you know, with not very many people here to benefit from the giveaway. So I think what I'll do is I actually have 2 codes to give away. I have one for Cozy Cabins and one for Flora Moderna. And what I'll do is we can do a giveaway for one of the codes here in the stream, and then for the other one, if anybody leaves a comment and mentions the raffle in the comments after the stream is no longer live, then after, let's see, on Thursday, so 4 days from now, I'll take all the names of the people in the chat, people who left a comment in the chat, and give them to ChatGPT and let ChatGPT pick a winner from among those. So I will let I'll do a raffle in here, and then that person will get to choose either Flora Moderna or Cozy Cabins, and then the other one will be given away to people who comment on the stream. So that's how I'm going to do that. And I was setting up, that's what I was doing. I was setting up a poll. Come on now, are you going to show me the bottom? There we go. Start poll. OBS was cutting it off. There we go. And then when we're done with that, then we can do the giveaway for the other stuff. I had a little bit of visual storage stuff in my inventory anyway, so I'll just put some of this down in here while I give y'all a few minutes. Okay, we'll put you don't want to snap side to side. Well, that's okay. Just about the right height for here. All right, and then up here. Here is the smoker thingy. this guy. Oh, and also I need all of these too. Oh, and that one. Must have all the barrels. Why? No, I don't need such a big gap around it. I guess that works. Where are you trying to snap to, you silly thing? Okay. What are the results of our poll at currently? Set of 40% at set up the pantry and 60% with landscape the outside. My music just ran out, so let's see, what shall we listen to? What is in this one? I think this one is entirely too contemplative. I'll fall asleep with that one. How about this one? This one has some good stuff. It isn't very, very epic, but you know, that's okay. We will listen to my Epic Adventures playlist. This one's too slow. All of these are too slow. Let's just go with white bad audio. That's always a safe bet. All right. All right, we have 3.5 minutes until this song is done. When this song is done, I will end the poll. Let's put this vase on the table. This is actually the storage for rare flowers, but also is quite decorative. And I love this setting that they have in visual storage, where you can make it display as if it was full, even though it's not. Which is very handy for when I'm building in creative mode and just using visual storage stuff decoratively. Okay. At this rate, we might actually have time to do both. Where's the meat hook thingies? I'm getting a little faster at setting up the visual storage stuff. Done it a few times now. I wish there was a way to set this as the default, but I don't know a way to do that. But I can turn on settings menu, a manual fill visuals on. And I can change how full or empty it appears to be. This is also nice for if you are playing on a server where you have larger stack sizes or something, so that it will take forever to actually fill these things. Then you can at least make them look decorative. I love the amount of detail in here, even where the raw regular fish looks like coelacanths and the raw prime fish looks like a salmon. All the different models and everything. Just such a well put together mod. Okay. All right, that song is over. Started a new one. End poll. And the landscape, the outside one. Woohoo. All right, so let's do it. Let's go do that. And I will give you a quick little crash course in how vegetation planters works, which is one of my favorite little deco mods. Fell in love with it in ASE, and it was really hard doing without it for the first year and a half or more of ASE, but finally the modder made an ASA version of it, and so I am very, very glad that he did. So for this mod, we have a plant tool, plant gun here, and then we've got all of these different kinds of pots. So let me pick the ones I'm going to use for this. Get the beach vegetation, shared vegetation, rock planter. All of these have different plants that you can place from them. Probably not going to use that one. The mushrooms I might use. Keep it simple for now. Okay, and then let's put the gun down here. And then each of these, the actual plant pot is a placeable thing. And it looks all nice and decorative. Here, let's put it up by the front door even. Place one of those. And we'll place the other ones too. This one looks like it's got a big old tree in it. So let's put it around the side here, closer to the other trees and stuff. If you have any questions about this while I'm doing this, feel free to ask, and I would love to be able to answer your questions. This one looks like it's got a rock in it. And a mountain vegetation planter. Yeah, Now, I just thought of the perfect thing that I need to put out here as well. A couple of them anyway. All right. I'll do those in a minute. And we need our mushroom planter. And you know what? Just for giggles, since we can, let's put this one in the pantry. Hobbits like to eat mushrooms, right? Doesn't really matter where we put them, as long as they're within the radius of where we're going to put stuff. But the radius is pretty large, as you'll see. Okay, now what I need to do is I get out the gun here. And you see it says not connected to start with, but it's got a beam above each of these placed pots. And so all I need to do is go up to one of the placed pots and shoot it. And now I've got this tree here, but that's just one of the vegetation models that is associated with that particular planter, that pot. It's like each of the pots has a whole group of possible plant models that you can place from it. But the cool thing, and why this is different from most other plant mods out there, is that it places them as what the modders call instanced meshes. So basically, like, I could place a whole bunch of these trees, which I'm not going to leave them there, obviously, but the game actually counts all of those and that pot as being one structure. They're all part of the same structure. So it doesn't add a ton to the structure count. And it doesn't add to lag because of that. Here, let's go to remove vegetation and pick these guys up. Okay, now let's go back to this. And it's kind of funny how they move when you move around. That's just because of the nature of how plants move in ASA. But anyway, see, I can use the mouse scroll wheel. I don't know how this works in controller, but on the mouse scroll wheel, I can use that to spin it around. I can use, if I hold down Alt and spin it around, I can resize it by quite a bit. And you see it has the instructions right there at the bottom left of the screen as well. So Shift and the scroll wheel, and I can change how far away I'm placing things, but that doesn't seem to be working at present. I should send this modder a message about that if I remember. But anyway, let's put a couple of trees up here to help blend this in with the rest of the hillside and make it look like it does belong here. Okay, and then I can hit R to cycle through to other options. There's an acacia tree. There's a bush. Let's put some bushes around here. Bushes are really nice for disguising things. I'm still missing a wall here. And it does give a little bit of natural variation. I've noticed that's something that he's added in just ASA, that even without me going through and changing the rotation and the size and stuff, it will naturally vary a little bit most of the time. But if I want to turn it a bit more or change the size a little more, I can. Okay, let's put some over here too. Put a couple smaller ones on this side. Okay, and then there's another bush. It's a slightly different shade of green. It's nice to have some variety. Okay. And I used to do landscaping in real life. Fun fact, I am actually, or was at one time, a licensed master gardener in real life. And I used to do a lot of landscaping. And one of the things that will make something look more natural like this, if you want to do the more relaxed, casual cottage garden type of garden, which of course I definitely want to do here, is you want groupings. You never want to evenly space the plants. You want them to be in clumps here and there. And they're usually best in odd numbered clumps. So like put 3 or 5 or 7 in a group instead of 2 or 4. Hey, Bazooka Zool, welcome, welcome. Oh, well, I'm glad you're enjoying the build. And, you know, maybe you'll get Arc Ascended at some point, maybe not. Some days it's almost more of a pain than it's worth. But, you know, it's getting better over time. I hope it will continue to get better. So if you do end up getting it, maybe by the time you get it, it will be a more stable and better game. And in the meantime, yeah, you are welcome to enjoy my content. Okay, what's the next one? I'm trying to, oh, I've got an azalea. Nice. Ooh, and that'll go quite big. That's a little too big. There we go. Put some nice azaleas by the front porch. Let's put a shorter one on this side. We don't want it to be symmetrical. We'll put 2 shorter ones on this side and a taller one on the other side. Make it balanced but asymmetrical. Hey, Sayori! You'll have to watch back the earlier part of the stream sometime to see all the details, but the grass roofs are from the new, it's called Halfling Home. It's one of the skins in the Cozy Cabins premium mod set by Sandy. who is Sandy, pretty much like of the top 10 most popular premium cosmetic packs, like half of them are Sandy's pretty much. The man knows his stuff. He knows what he's doing, and he's quite an artist with how his mods combine different textures and stuff. He does a really good job with that. But Cozy Cabins has actually been out for a couple of months, but he added on to it this new Hobbit themed set at no additional charge on top of, you know, the original price. So yeah, it's called Cozy Cabins, and the grass roofs go with the Halfling Home, I believe is the name of this particular skin that those are from. But Cozy Cabins also has a bunch of other skin sets. It's got like hundreds of different things. There's Rock Hewn Retreat is another texture that's in there. That's what I used for these paths here. The wood beams are from Sleek Timber, I think, which is another skin in the set. So it's got a ton of stuff for what it costs. It's only like $5 or something, which I do have a code to give away as well. So let me set that up in just a second here once we're done with these azaleas. And this mod with the plants, in case you missed me talking about that, this is one called Vegetation Planters. This is a mod that has to be installed server side. It is not a custom cosmetic, but it is an awesome little mod. It is tiny, since all the models that it uses are base game models for plants, so they're things that are already in the game, so it doesn't need to add them. And so because of that, it takes up a lot less space. And it's really nice how you can just go around and place all these things. They don't cost you any resources. Don't have to craft them first or anything. And you can change the size and change the rotation. Let's put some of these up by the gazebo as well, in a nice little cluster. And bushes like this are also good for covering mistakes or things you don't like. Little gaps here and there. All right, we've got a fern, Zamia. Let's make it a little bigger. Stick that in here. And we've got some grass. We're definitely going to need to use some of this, because I like using this to make the grass texture on the building pieces kind of look more natural, add a little bit of extra shagginess here and there so it's not so perfectly smooth. Because that imperfection is what makes it look whimsical and realistic. And it just makes it feel more realistic, right? Because after all, can you imagine trying to mow your roof like this, especially in a society that didn't have electric or gas-powered lawnmowers, where you had to mow it probably by clipping it by hand? Yeah, I think most people would let the grass grow on their roof fairly long and and shaggy. But I love how quick it is to landscape things with vegetation planters. Just run around with the gun and boom, boom, boom. Don't have to gather materials, don't have to craft a whole bunch and decide how many I need to craft and then store the leftovers. Or run out halfway through and go, dang it, I didn't make enough of those bushes or whatever. You know, it's just plants. It's nothing game breaking. Okay, and I'll just do a little bit here and a little bit over here. Okay, that's looking good. Performance isn't exactly a plan. Oh, you mean about the game performance? It's Ark, what can you say? Ark is Ark. It gets better over time, but you know, they add content and it's a very, very complex game. I think I started understanding it a little bit more when I realized how ambitious it really is, what this game even tries to do. Like, you think of the games that people compare it to all the time, even like Valheim or Minecraft or whatever. Valheim's an awesome game. I love Valheim, but how many different types of creatures are there in Valheim compared to Ark? And not very many. And all of the creatures that are in there, they don't really interact with each other. Like, all the deer pretty much seem the same. They don't feel like they have a personality. And the same with all the wolves. They kind of feel the same. They do the same things. It doesn't feel as dynamic. It never feels... Other games, they don't feel as alive as Ark does. It's got, you know, hundreds, literally hundreds of different types of creatures that all have unique animations, unique behaviors, you know, diets, just different ways that they interact with their environment and with each other. They, you know, even when you're just going by, you know, you can see them fighting with each other. In most other games that I've seen, like the wild creatures more or less ignore each other. Like, they don't really interact with each other. And then, you know, the crafting system, the building system, there's a reason why we builders love Ark so much, is because it lets you do more than basically any other game I've ever played. And so I think that's part of why the game is so janky, is because there's just more moving parts to it. There's more things that can break. So it really isn't fair to compare it to most other games that are simpler and don't have as many things to break as Ark does. But anyway. All right, let me set up that let's set up that giveaway here. Where is my thingy? I need to pop up a browser window to do that. And then that is in Nightbot. The only thing I wish was a better pathfinding when they're following you. Yes, I agree. Some creatures are better than others as far as their pathfinding. And the pathing is better in some ways, or at least different in ASA. It does feel a little bit more realistic. Creatures do actually try to avoid structures like traps and stuff. But I mean, humans are smarter than them anyway. We can still figure out ways to trap them. They won't just easily run off a cliff like they did in ASE. Pour myself an energy drink here. They won't just easily run off a cliff, but you can get them to run off a cliff as long as you're not that far in front of them, and like as long as they think they're gonna get you, they'll still follow you off a cliff, just not quite as easily as they did in ASE. And you have to be a little bit more creative with your trap structures, because like they won't go up a ramp like they did in ASE, right? You know, the ramp traps we used to use, those don't really work, but there's still ways of making traps. There will pretty much always be ways of making, of doing that here. Let's just do a keyword. Giveaway. So I'm going to so it'll be a hashtag giveaway. Hashtag giveaway, all mashed together. You'll just need to type it in the chat once. Subscribers get entered twice though, so if you haven't hit the subscriber button, make sure to hit the subscriber button. And yeah, I think that is set up. So all right, so feel free to type hashtag giveaway in the chat, and we'll give it a few minutes to do that, to do its thing, while we keep placing some more beautiful plants. All right, now you're back on the tree. Okay, now there's a second variant. There's a few different variants of the grass, so we'll add some of the other grasses as well. Oh, the gun randomly went invisible. That's weird. But I like building these kind of mixed clusters of plants. That's kind of how they usually grow in real life. Like you think about how clusters of weeds will be like next to pathways and places where they're not going to get trampled on. They don't grow in nice rows or evenly spaced. You want them in messy clusters. All right, yep, we've got some people entered. Bazooka Zool and Chris Finch and Lisa have entered. Hey, Lisa, by the way, I don't know if I got to say hi to you earlier, but welcome, welcome. The weeds do tend to get in the way a lot. Yes, exactly. But I figure as long as there's plenty of flowers mixed in, the weeds don't bother me that much. right, and meadow grass C. Okay, this is just one tall sprig. I don't have time for that. And oh, this is nice. It's kind of a bigger patch. And I mean, look at how many structures, how many plants I've placed, and it hasn't added to lag. Like you would think it'd be getting crazy laggy with all of the stuff I've placed. But as I explained earlier about how this mod works, it is much more efficient than most deco and structure mods, because everything that I've been placing so far, the game counts it as one structure that's part of that one pot there that's glowing. So this is all part of that one structure. And if I was to pick up that one pot, all of it would go poof. But the game also renders it as a chunk, kind of like how the game renders the default plants. You know, it doesn't render the trees in one at a time. It doesn't render in all the bushes and grass one at a time. It renders in a whole area, just boom, it all pops in. And that's how this mod is structured, to do it the same way. Ah, Lisa's been lurking while playing a game. Awesome. Yep. Pretty crazy stuff indeed. If I bought cozy cabins, would others see the skin? Sayori, that depends. Most of the time, by default, they would. It just depends on if they have disabled dynamic downloading, which I usually recommend that console players do. Not all of them have done it yet, though. But if people are concerned about running out of storage space, or if they have a slow internet connection, then, you know, like I made a video recently about the problem with mods breaking. It's not really the mod that's breaking. It's CurseForge's dang system is breaking the mods when it is trying to download them in the background, especially. And so for some people, it makes sense to turn off the dynamic downloading, because the reason why other people can see your custom cosmetics and you can see theirs is because the game is downloading a little piece of that mod in the background, just enough for you to be able to see it. And so if a person, if the game is in the middle of downloading something and then gets interrupted, like if you time out, if your game crashes or whatever, then that mod file will be corrupted. Since CurseForge doesn't know how to stop and start downloading a mod, apparently. And then that can cause issues until they uninstall it and reinstall it. But as long as that's not a concern, and most people haven't gone into the settings and turned that off. And so if they can see other custom cosmetics, then yes, they'll be able to see this one as well, even if they have not bought it themselves. Okay. And oh, there's still another grass variant. Oh, this one's just, okay. That's nice for just adding some texture down here, I think. Just make it look a little more realistic here. And I also do like with the vegetation planters here, I like that by default, see the model of the plant that I'm placing, it follows the slope of the ground or whatever I'm placing it on by default. There is a way also to disable that if I wanted it to stay straight up and down regardless of the slope of what I'm placing it on, but usually I really like that it does that. And it helps a lot with making things look more realistic. Well, thank you, Chris. I think probably a big part of it is just I try to think of it as if it was real life, you know? How do things grow in real life? And for decorating inside a structure, I always have to have kind of a story in my mind. If it's my own base, then it's me. It's, you know, how am I going to use this space? What do I need this space to do? And then I just try to make it look good while it's doing that. If it's a creative mode build, then I have to have a story in my mind of who lives here. And so what are they going to be doing in this area? And I feel like that can tend to make it just feel more realistic. So like, I can't just make it just a generic, oh, this is just a Hobbit house. The first one I made was Bag End. And this one is supposed to be the Gaffer's house, which is where Samwise's family lived. And I mean, we don't even see their house in the movies or anything, so I just had to make it up from my mind. But what would their house be likely to look like? Just gives me a starting place, I guess. But that reminds me, there is a skin in here that I wanted to put. Barrel, I think it's in the barrels and crates, yeah. I remembered seeing some gardening tools. So let's find those. There we go. There's some gardening tools. But also, there's a shovel on there, so that's also gardening tools, right? There. Oh, which deco mod, Charlie? I've used a fair few, but the one with the plants here is called Vegetation Planters. The one that I've been using mostly for the build here is called Cozy Cabins. And the one I just used just now for these structures here, that's part of the new MSVV Vikings set, premium set that just got released recently. It's got a lot of stuff included. So that's another really good one. Especially if you like a kind of a rustic medieval looking style. Okay, you know what? I think I want more of those big flower clusters down on the fence here. So I need a pillar for that, because that is a skin that goes on a pillar. Where is that one? This is another way of going through all of the different skins and stuff, but this glowing orb that I'm holding is from the mod Automatic Base Skinner, and it just gives me another way of kind of going through all the different skin options. And I can choose one, activate it there, and then I can place it like that without having to go in and out of the cosmetic menu all the time. we'll put that one down low there, but I also want higher up one, I think. Yeah, like that. We'll put another one over on this side too, I think. And this particular skin that I'm using right now is from Flora Moderna, which is Sandy's most recent premium cosmetic pack. That includes a ton of really cool modern building textures as well, but that particular flower just looks good, I feel like, with this particular build. So you know what, we could also use that on some of these spots, I think. Yes. Now that's too low. That leaves a gap here. We'll just keep it on that variant. Okay. And if anybody has not entered the giveaway yet, you have a very good chance of winning. There's less than 10 people entered so far. So hey, if you want a chance at winning something, getting one of these custom cosmetic packs for free, then make sure to enter hashtag giveaway in the chat to enter. Okay, I think that, are there more in here that I didn't go through yet? Yes, been through all of these grasses. There's also some weeds. I don't need that. This is like a little fern or something, I think. But yeah, I don't need that. And back to the tree. Okay. So I'm going to connect this to a different planter now. Actually, let's do the peach one. I remember there was a fern in there that I liked. There we go. So I could place gigantic palm trees if I wanted to. But let's go through these options. There's this little fern tree. Banana plants. I like this little guy though. Let's put some of these little beach ferns around. These are really nice for like filling in spots and adding a bit of a different texture. Oops. Okay. And tuck a few small ones in here. I like flying around the whole area, putting a few kind of everywhere, because that will help to tie the whole design together. If I had just one of these, or if I had them in just one area, then it would make it kind of stand out and not really feel cohesive. But if I put some of the same ones, if everywhere you look you kind of see echoes of the same colors and the same textures and patterns, then that can make it look cohesive even when there's kind of a lot going on. Couple of vines and rocks. Yep, I will get to the vines and rocks for sure, but I think I've been through everything. See if there's anything else I want in the beach planter options first. Okay, so this is these little guys. We'll put a few of those over here. Short little things in the front here like this can kind of help to anchor the front of the planting bed, make it feel like it's growing outwards, sending out tendrils of growth. It just makes it feel more integrated with the terrain. But I'm not going to fly around putting these everywhere because they're too small to really be noticeable from a distance anyway. So we'll keep them in the front here where they'll be appreciated. Okay, and back to the beginning. All right. Now, let's dry some rocks. Oh, wait. I forgot about that. Yeah, I actually just left a message on his Discord asking if he's going to add some of the rocks from Astraeus, the whiter rocks, which I believe this is the same color also of the rocks on Ragnarok, because this is going to stick out like a sore thumb if I put these on here, because these are all rocks that are in the colors that were on the island and Scorched Earth and the center. There was one in there that I saw just for a second that looked like it was more white. Let me see if I can find it again. There's just one. Oh, that's because that's a metal node. And it's very small and I can't make it any bigger than that. Well, we can put a few little sparkly metal rocks around, I guess. At least since you can rotate it and stuff, it can look like it's different rocks. And they also kind of have collision with each other, so you can stack them as well, which is nice. So we can do kind of like a little bit of a rock edging here. A little bit of like a rock garden sort of thing. But we literally use this mod in ASE to build entire caves. Because there were more options, which I'm sure the modder is still working on adding more options to this, but we took some of the biggest boulder variants and then made them as big as they would go, and then used those to build actual caves when I was in the architects. It was really nice for kind of helping to define areas or for event builds. Like my friend Zanzibar built he built this huge cave that was supposed to be the cave like on your way to the Chamber of Secrets. It was kind of connected to my Hogwarts build that I did over there. And it was really, really cool. And yeah, all like thousands of these gigantic rock structures and no noticeable lag from all of that. It was amazing. Okay. Now let's, we got mushrooms. Oh, let me see. There was another fern that I liked, but I can't remember if it was in that one. Oh, the daisies are nice. I like those. Let's include some of those. This is the mountain planter. Let's just make sure to vary the sizes so that they don't look all the same. Should probably go ahead and end the poll here. And there are some vines in there. I'll have to take a look at which ones there are, but last I checked, there weren't any that really looked like ivy. There was, since it's using base game models and stuff, most of the vines were like the ones that you can see on the ruins or inside some of the various caves. And so at least last time I looked, they weren't exactly the ones that I was looking for. All right, choose a winner. Let's see. Sayori, you are the winner. Woohoo! Sayori, send me a message on Discord and I will send you the code. And I should have both Cozy Cabins and Flora Moderna, so you can let me know which one you would prefer. And Sandy did tell me, though, the Cozy Cabin skin that he gave me, he wanted me to double check that it hadn't been used yet. And if it has been, then he can get me another code. So I'll just have to double check that first. But I do have a brand shiny new code for Flora Moderna as well. So you can just pick whichever of those you would like. Here we go. Congrats indeed. I'm not going to do too many of these, otherwise I'll be here all day. But I'll just do them in a few spots here in the front garden. And I can put this away for a second so I can go back into third person, because somehow I got out of that. Wow, lots of trees. We have to go back and look at those in a minute. This is a nice bush. I like this bush. That'll really help with filling in some nice big areas if I need to. But I need to find my flower again. I like the shade of green that this bush is, though. Some of the other plants are a little more of a yellowy green, and this is more of like a true green, which is nice. Wow, it can go really big. I didn't really have anything that I was planning on putting in here, so might as well put some big bushes in here so it doesn't look empty. All right. This is like a spiky little shrub. Oh, that's interesting. I don't feel like it'll really go with the colors I've got going on here. Well, it might go in some spots, but I might have to somewhat strategic about it. I don't know. Oh, that one's nice. We call that flower yellow, but that definitely looks like a California poppy to me. You see, I'm making sure to put it so that you see the same one in several places wherever you see it. So it looks more cohesive than if I just had one cluster of them somewhere. You bet you didn't know you were going to be getting a cottage gardening tutorial when you click to watch an ARC stream, but that's the way it goes. Never know what you're going to get with my streams. Put a little cluster of them over here too. All right, what is next? Ooh, we've got a blue flower. Nice. And, oh, and a red one. I went right past the blue one by accident. Let's just see what else we got. And there's that white flower again, and then trees. That's what I meant to do. Make it bigger. All right. Have a great rest of your day, Bazookazool. Hey, Sandy. How's it going? I am just doing some landscaping on the outside here. We're going to be finishing up pretty soon, but was using vegetation planters. I also do love that flower skin from Flora Moderna, so I've used that pretty liberally, of course. Haven't finished decorating all of the inside, but did mostly finish our little kitchen here, which I love the way this fireplace turned out. This cooking hearth here is mostly all textures from the Viking premium skin pack. And then we've got some visual storage started setting up in here. Didn't quite finish it yet, but got all of that done. And I'll finish decorating the inside some other time. We did a little poll and chat decided that they wanted me to landscape the outside for the rest of the stream. So that's what we're doing. Using a vegetation planters, which is a fabulous little mod. Now, when it comes to server-side deco mods, which that's what this is, it's not a custom cosmetic, but I wish there were other deco mods that worked in a similar way, because if I don't know if you're familiar with vegetation planters or not. It's by Reiner SCT, I believe, and he had one, the same mod basically in ASE as well, and it was a big favorite of mine over there too. But all of the plants that I'm placing, he uses an instanced mesh system, which I explained to the non-techie Oops, somebody's munching. But anyway, the gun that I'm using is connected. Woo! Too fast. You're gonna make all kinds of rackets, so I'm gonna pick you up and put you in my pocket where you'll stay out of mischief. There, it's your lucky day, Anki. I wouldn't go that way if I were you, though. There's some serratos over there. Anyway, and so I can place a ton of plants without it causing a lot of lag because it's using instance meshes. So like, if I connect the gun to a particular plant pot, like right now it's connected to that one with mountain foliage, then all of the plants that I place from that will be connected and to that one pot, and the game will see them all as being one structure. And so they don't create a ton of lag, which is awesome. And since this particular mod only uses base game models, it's also very, very tiny. The ASC one was under 10 megabytes. This one might be a little bit bigger. I haven't checked on it in a while. And especially since they made it so that the different since they made it so that the different assets from different maps are not all part of the base game. That might have complicated things a little bit. Okay, let me find my flowers again that I was placing. There it is. Make it as big as it will go. Okay. And I like that this one, like the color actually is even a little bit different. I can get some variety in there. I can change the size. I can rotate them so just one item can look like a whole bunch of different items. It's really nice. I kind of just wish the plants wouldn't move while I'm trying to place them. It's trying to do the default game thing with plants moving, foliage interaction, and make them a little complicated to place sometimes. But anyway, for the types of clutter that you need to place a lot of them in some areas, like things like food and candles and books and stuff like that, it'd be really cool to have something like this so that you could place a ton of stuff like that without it causing lag. At one point in ASC, I was talking to a modder who was gonna make something like that, and then ASA happened, and everybody's had other stuff on their mind. Okay. We need a little cluster of blue over here as well. I love the little bit of randomization that's built in though, so that even if I don't change the rotation and size, there's still some variety to it. And then we've got a red flower. We'll place a few of those. And this also looks like it's got some variation to the colors. I think I am gonna go through and skin these walls. Okay. That looks better. Now we just need a little garden gate. Now I think I could do a garden gate. Sort of. Let's see what we can do. Aha. We can do a half-height double doorway here. And then let's see if we can find a good skin to put on it. I know there's a lattice skin in Cozy Cabins. So that could be a good option. There's also this one, the Flora Decor skin. There's also that one. We'll take a look at that one. And let's grab this guy. Running out of spots to put it. Okay. Yeah, there's not a flower one for that, sadly. But there's the lattice. Oh, no, not that one. Oh, whoa. The lattice pillars are definitely interesting. They're kind of cool, but they were not quite what I expected. Okay. We like it like that or like that. I think it looks good like that. And we can make a little, kind of a little arbor over the front entry as well here. And I remember there were some cool flower thingies in some of, I can't remember what they were in. Let me see if I can find them. Obviously, I'm not going to leave this atrocity like this. I'm just trying to test a bunch of things. Not that one. It's the pillar. Okay, it's the regular roof. And it looks like it's a little offset. So I'll have to make it quite a bit taller. Be at the height that I would want it. Okay. And what about this one? This one also will go on a pillar. Okay. Just on the pillar. There was one that went on an upright skinny pillar, and now I can't remember which one that was. Okay. Yeah, let's just go up by like another half height here, like that. I thought this was placing on there. What was it placing on then? Oh, was it the ramp? I think it was the ramp, actually. Maybe. Everywhere except where I want it to go. Well, you know what I'm gonna do? Put you there, and then you have something to snap to. There. Hope you're happy now. Oh, and it pops up. Okay, that's kind of cool. That kind of works. You don't want to snap to that. What about that? There we go. This is kind of a lot right now, but let's see how it looks once I got some skins on it. That's kind of interesting. Doesn't have any variance, though. There was one of the other ones that had a cool variant. I just remember which one that was. Pick up some of these just so I can reach the dang pillar in there. Yep, not that one. That one. Way too many guns to choose from here. Well, that's too low. That's like right in the way. So actually, let's pick that up and then let's put a pillar up here so that when it goes down lower, it will be right where we want it. That's better. Now, I think it was, it may have been, what's it called? One of the other timber ones. Timber Haven. I think it was either Timber Haven or Etched Elegance. I still want this one. Let's grab these guys, though. It's kind of cool and rustic looking. Doesn't really... Is there one for this upper piece, though? There sort of is. Is it... Does it have an option that works with this, though? That could work. And yet, once again, I wish there was a triangle ramp. I want a triangle ramp so bad. A wild card. Why is there no triangle ramp? I'm not sure about this whole thing. I might end up... Yeah, it kind of is blocking the view of the actual main entry. So it's really cool looking and I can see a lot of potential there, but I don't think it's going to enhance this current build in the way that I wanted it to. So let's keep it simple. There was a different flower skin. Cannot remember which one it was on though. This one is flat beams and pillars and deco boxes. Okay. Okay. And that changes the colors of that. So this is the archway that I used at Bag End, and so because of that, I don't want to use the exact same one again, but I could use some of these tall flowers. That's the medium box. All right. This had some of the ones I wanted. I'll try this one as well. Don't think that'll fit with my current project. What was the other one? No. Rugs. You can use this to create paths. I did not know that. Well, we'll have to give that a try. Oh, that's pretty cool. It's shifting though, but I can definitely see how that would be a cool option on top of the grass in some places. I like my current pathway better for this particular situation, but that would be very cool in some situations. Now, is this the one? No. I swear there was something that had a variant that went on that's tall, skinny pillars, and now I cannot remember what it was. That's what it was. Okay. That's what it was. I don't want the skinny pillars to... Oh, you know what I could do, though, actually? Let's go ahead and remove that temporarily. No, not you. This guy. Let's put a short one. And put this skin on it. Then we will snap a tall one over that one, since you can do that with pillars sometimes. Like that. Then it won't look like it's just like floating or whatever. It'll look more like it's growing up that... Oh, no, 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 no! Oh, dang it. Stop. Thankfully, I unequipped it pretty quickly, but yes, that's why you have to be careful with that tool. I accidentally changed it from place single to place multi, and so it started the process of reskinning things. But if you unequip the tool, it stops what it's doing. So at least I was able to stop it before it redid everything. Now let's make sure that it is set to add single. Okay. What happened to my wall that was there? Wow. Covered in flowers, you can't see it anyway. Alright, and then this guy here, this is supposed to be Rock-hewn retreat. Oh, and the stairs as well. Okay. I think we undid the damage. No, except for this got unskinned. There. We can just make this be just like a simple little archway or arbor thingy. Can you go across there, please? Thank you. There, keep it simple. Let the garden be the star. All right, well, I think we're going to call it there, folks. So let me see who is, if anybody else is streaming, maybe some of the Aussie YouTubers are, because I know it's pretty late in most of the United States. I'm in the Pacific time zone, so it's not as late for me. It's after midnight for people on the East Coast. But let me see if there's any ARC YouTubers that I know who are streaming right now. Oh, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Chris. All right, let's add a redirect. Shay is streaming on the Monarchy community server. Shaylead, or Boomsmith is always entertaining. He is on the Monarchy server, and Chips is also on the Monarchy server. Let's see. Boomsmith or Chips. It's pretty late for Chips, so I'm guessing he's not going to be streaming as long. Isn't Boomsmith somewhere else in the world? Like, isn't he Australian or something? I don't remember. But, let's raid out to Boomsmith. I haven't raided him in a hot minute. Okay. Got that all nicely set up. And... oh, I have merch, by the way. Check out my new cup that I just designed. I really like it. So it has some of my artwork from Ragnarok. It's made to look like a real life souvenir of your adventures on Ragnarok. So it's supposed to look like a souvenir, but it says adventures await in a Ragnarok, Ark survival ascended. And then it's got on the bottom in really small letters, it says Songbird Gaming Summer 2025. So it is dated. It is a limited edition. At the end of the summer, it is going away. But it is a nice cup. I think it holds like 20 ounces or something. Got a nice stainless steel straw. It is lined with stainless steel. Keeps stuff cold a really long time. So anyway, that is linked below the video or stream in my shop there. I have the same design also on a sticker, just FYI. So yeah, we'll see you next time. Have a good one. Bye-bye for now.